Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Zelenskyy warns that Russia aims to expand the war beyond Ukraine as he urges more international military support. Iran vows it will never seek nuclear weapons and slams Israel at the UN. Jimmy Kimmel makes an emotional return to late-night TV, defending free speech after a controversial suspension. And we're expecting Saudi Prince Turki Al Faisal to join us shortly to discuss a growing momentum at the UN to recognise a Palestinian state. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy told the UN General Assembly that Russia is looking to expand its war beyond Ukraine. He warned that Russian drones are already flying across Europe and called for more military aid to help Kyiv defend itself. Zelenskyy stressed no one can feel safe right now as he urged international support to stop Moscow's aggression. Here's more of what he had to say.
Yesterday we had a good meeting with President Trump, and I also spoke with many other strong leaders, and together we can change a lot. Yes, much depends on the G7 and G20, but in the end, peace depends on all of us, on the United Nations. So don't stay silent while Russia keeps dragging this war on. Please speak out and condemn it. Please join us in defending life and international law and order. People are waiting for action.
For more on this, I'm joined by Dana Lewis, one of the first journalists who interviewed Vladimir Putin. A pleasure to have you on the show, Dana. Thank you so much. Great to have you. So we just heard there from Zelenskyy. He gave that speech. It did strike a pragmatic tone, but he stressed to world leaders the importance of military might in order to maintain peace. What do you think Putin's reaction will be to this speech?
Well, I think that, Putin will maintain his normal posture, which is that Ukraine can't win. And the only way for this to end is for Ukraine to disarm, to pull back, to cede territory. And that's been Putin's, very consistent message all along. But I think that, Zelenskyy was selling there. He was, first of all, coming to grips with the fact that, Trump is not promising new weapon shipments to Ukraine. He'll continue to sell weapons through NATO to Ukraine, and NATO can disperse those weapons as they choose, but not direct shipments like the Biden administration had given Ukraine. And at the same time, it was interesting to listen to some of the language from Zelenskyy today, because he was talking about drone warfare and artificial intelligence, and this is the greatest arms race now, and a very dangerous one. And he suggested that Ukraine has a lot of technology now that it can sell and provide to other countries. So I think that he was trying to invite people to support Ukraine from a moral perspective, but he was also enticing them in terms of the defensive weapons that they have now to sell and share with other countries as well.
But what about Donald Trump's big shift on Ukraine in his Truth Social post yesterday? It was a surprise to many, and he suggested Ukraine can win back land from Russia, which he called a paper tiger, and the Kremlin has hit back. But do you think Russia has now lost Donald Trump?
I think that Donald Trump is just walking the line, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But why was it a big shift? I mean, Trump, from the beginning of his presidency, this second term, has said that the only way this is going to end is for Ukraine to cede territory, that Ukraine is losing, Ukraine is being destroyed. Ukraine has got to come to the table, and it's got to give up land to Russia, and that's the only way through negotiations that the fighting will end. And then suddenly in this Truth Social post, it's pretty remarkable, right? I mean, he has said Ukraine is showing courage, they can fight, essentially, and that they can not only hold Russia back, but push back Russia to the land that Russia invaded, and maybe even beyond, he said, whatever that meant. But I mean, it is remarkable that President Trump has suddenly said that Ukraine can win. And what's he trying to do? I mean, it would appear that on one hand, he's trying to put pressure on the Kremlin and say, you know what? Ukraine does have the cards. After telling Zelenskyy in that horrible meeting that took place in the White House that he has no cards to play, suddenly he's saying Ukraine could win and could take back that 20% of the country that has been lost to Russian forces. And he's sending a message to Russia that, you know, the only way that this is going to end probably is through negotiation. But the one thing that he said at the end of it, which I think a lot of people are worried about, is he said he wishes both countries luck. I mean, that sounds like a President Trump who has been unable to solve the conflict, suddenly taking a step back and saying, good luck to both of you. The U.S. doesn't want to be involved in this anymore. They'll sell weapons to NATO, but they're going to pull back from the negotiation, the attempt to get the two sides to negotiations and to try and bring about a ceasefire or a long-term peace.
And, you know, you bring about a good point there, because since the Alaska summit between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, the negotiations towards a ceasefire or a peace deal seem to have just come to an absolute halt. So do you think there is a real possibility now that the US could say, we've tried everything, we leave it to Europe, we leave it to them to negotiate with Russia, and basically we're out?
Yeah, I mean, if there's going to be a negotiation at all. And it seems like that, you know, every time we go from maybe there's a chance of negotiation, that really what comes about is an escalation. So you're seeing now Russia, you know, these overflights with drones drones and aircraft into Estonia and into Poland. And then Trump was asked, should NATO respond? Could NATO fire at Russian planes? And he said, yeah, they could. I mean, they're essentially saying that NATO would be in its right, depending on the circumstances. So there's real chance of escalation. And I think the U.S. president, because he wasn't able to bring about peace in Ukraine and between Russia in 48 hours, as he had promised on the campaign trail, is just tired now of it. The one thing to watch for today, I think, is on the sidelines of the United Nations meeting, you'll have Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and the Foreign Secretary Marco Rubio meeting, and they're probably meeting as we speak right now. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of that discussion. And Rubio, even after Trump's comments, has suggested the only way that this is going to end is through negotiation. So he continues to push the idea that the two sides have got to get together and bring about at least a ceasefire through discussions over the negotiating table.
Dana, we don't have much time left, but just a quick question. I also saw that Donald Trump did really focus in on Russia's economy and the fact that that is beginning to fail and it's pushing the Kremlin's back against the wall. Do you agree with that sentiment?
I mean, you talk to people that have been in Russia, and I have friends that go there, and things are not as bad as the media sometimes will portray, but they are in trouble, and they are having trouble with domestic oil and gas production, and the EU is threatening more sanctions and putting more pressure on Slovakia and also Hungary to cut off their oil exports and or oil imports from Russia's exports. And clearly, even the Russians have acknowledged that, yes, there are pressures and there are problems and there are growing problems, I think, in Russia with the economy.
Dana Lewis, it was an absolute pleasure to have you on. Thank you for your thoughts, insights and time. Let's continue this conversation now with Franak Vyakorka, Chief of Staff to Belarus's opposition leader, and he's joining us live from New York. Looks like you've been there for the UN General Assembly, Franak, and a real powerful speech by Zelenskyy. What was your overall view on his address to the United Nations?
Zelensky made a good impression to all the audience. People are applauding him. It seems that he is winning the world attention and world support compared to Putin, because Russia cannot justify this war anymore. Even those countries in the global south who were cheering Putin in 2022 right now are taking closer to Zelensky's position. It's primarily thanks to very good Ukrainian diplomacy, to the unity of the European Union, which speaks with one voice. Also, thanks to President Trump's yesterday's statement, this tweet, this post he has made, which was quite surprising, unexpected, honestly speaking. But I think all the people here, in the corridors of the assembly, they discussed this position of Trump because it seems to be much more pro-Ukrainian than Trump was a few months ago.
Yes, definitely. And I think a lot of the world was surprised by that Truth Social post and the shift by Donald Trump supporting Ukraine steadfast yesterday. But in your opinion, what happens if the world ignores Zelensky's pleas to take action against Vladimir Putin now? Will Putin just continue to expand the war, as Zelensky did suggest? Because we have seen them fly drones into NATO airspace.
Absolutely. Putin does not intend to stop the war. Maybe he needs some small break, 1 or 2 years, to prepare the new wave of the war, new wave of escalation. And then the target could be not Ukraine, it could be Baltic states, could be Poland, could be even Finland. And we see already this fighter jets flying over Estonia, drones in Romania, drones flying to Poland. These are all, let's say it's testing the red lines, testing the reaction of the West. Also, we see in Belarus, in my own country, how the state enterprises, they are producing weapons to Russia. And most of these deals are targeted to 2027 to be finished. Basically, for Putin, probably the next escalation phase must take place in 1 or 2 years from now. And we must be aware, if we want to stop Putin, if we want to prevent the escalation, we must show unity, bravery. Europe must weaponize, must speak one voice with the United States. If there will not be unity, Putin will go further. And definitely for Russia, this war is blessing, because the war is a good justification for terror, for repression, for economic decline. Also, thanks to the war, Putin's economy is functioning. If he stops the war right now, there will be a big economic crisis, and Putin doesn't want that.
And right now, you are at the UN General Assembly. What's the feeling on the ground there when it comes to the war between Ukraine and Russia? Do people think that there's actually a possibility that it could come to an end through negotiations and the Kremlin may stop the war machine?
It's a good question. I think 50-50. 50% believe there is much bigger chance for ceasefire, for some deal. But there are 50% who believes there will be an escalation anyway. And there is no any chance to stop Putin. And we have just to invest in the weapons, in army, in defense, especially European Union countries. They are in such situation when they have prepared for the wars. We all pray. We all want the war to be ended as soon as possible. But the truth is, with Putin, it's highly unlikely. And what Putin does in recent months after Alaska summit, it's not intent to end the war, but opposite. He does everything to escalate and to expand the geography of the war. And people here are worried, not only people in Europe, but also people in Asia and Middle East. Even in Northern Africa, they speak about Ukraine because it also impacts them economically and politically.
And my first guest I had on, I did speak to him about Russia's economy, because Donald Trump did say that Russia is weak economically. Do you agree with that sentiment? And do you think more sanctions need to come into place?
Absolutely. Sanctions do work. Sanctions do not change the regime, maybe immediately, but sanctions weaken the economy, weaken the war machine, weaken the state apparatus. And in case of Russia, we see how it works. This year, Russian economy is stagnating. Belarus economy, from my country, which depends a lot on Russia, is stagnating too. And right now, Russia cannot make a big move on the front line in Ukraine because they are very limited with resources, with army, with troops, with weapons. So we need more sanctions. The idea of secondary sanctions or secondary tariffs by the United States and the European Union might work. Oil's cap price might work too, but we need the political will to do that. More sanctions, weaker Russia. Weaker Russia, more chance the war will end sooner.
Franak via Corker, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time. Now, Iran's president has told the UN General Assembly that his country has not sought and will never seek to build a nuclear bomb, citing a ruling from Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. He sharply criticized Israel, calling its actions aggression rooted in coercion and bullying. Pezeshkian also outlined a vision for a radiant future where Iran stands strong alongside powerful neighbours against what he described as a grand project that imposes genocide in the region. For more on this, I'm joined by Mark Fitzpatrick, former head of non-prolific and nuclear policy. Mark, it's always good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time. So we heard there from pleasure. So as I was saying, we heard from Iran's president who addressed the UN General Assembly today, saying Iran has no intention to build nuclear weapons. How credible is this claim in the context of regional tensions and also past programs in Iran?
Yeah, exactly. Look, nobody believes that. It's something that Iran has been saying for many years. And, well, it has an element of truth in that the Supreme Leader issued a fatwa, religious prohibition against nuclear weapons some years ago. Fatwas can be changed. So Pezeshkian says Iran has no nuclear weapons, no intentions to build one. They might not have an intention today, but tomorrow, who knows? As you say, regional tensions could give them reason to think that they need a nuclear weapon. And in fact, there's an increasing mood in the country that after Israel's bombing and U.S. bombing, that they do need something like that.
So Iran's president also called the U.S. operation to destroy their nuclear facilities a grave betrayal to diplomacy. And this comes just a day after we heard Donald Trump speaking at the UN General Assembly yesterday, and he really praised that Operation Midnight Hammer that those stealth bombers from America carried out. These countries are just so far apart right now, aren't they?
Oh, gosh, they are such opposite poles right now. It's difficult to think how they could ever come together if there were to be negotiations. And Supreme Leader said there can't be any nuclear negotiations. I mean, any diplomat could come up with some ideas of compromises, but it would take a willingness to compromise that neither side has shown.
Pezeshkian also criticised Israel and spoke of a grand project threatening the region. How might these remarks impact Iran's relationship with the West?
Yeah, his remarks are not going to do anything to overcome Iran's bad relations with the West, particularly after he also singled out Britain, France, and Germany as, being perfidious in their dealings with Iran. I think Pezeshkian's audience, though, is not the West. It's probably more Iran's neighbors. By talking about Israel's intentions for the region, Iran would like to paint itself as a partner of the Arab world in resisting the imperialist West.
And Mark, I thought this was interesting. Iranian and European officials are due to hold talks at the UN this week. And do you think we could see an agreement to stop the renewal of international sanctions on Iran that could further cripple the economy because of that snapback that's been put in place? Yeah,
I was expecting that there have to be some talks because the snapback sanctions will come into place on Saturday. That's the deadline. Now, in diplomacy, right before a deadline like this, you always see a lot of activity to try to find some compromise to at least to push back the deadline, to buy some more time. And I think that's what talks will be aimed at. Is there a way to buy any more time? Can the deadline be postponed for a month or more?
And also, Let's talk a little bit about what Donald Trump yesterday said. So he spoke at the General Assembly, and I actually thought what he said on nuclear weapons was quite interesting. He says they pose a great danger. What did you make of his comments when it comes to this? And is nuclear war inching closer? Should there be a real concern about nuclear weapons?
No, as a nuclear wonk, an arms control advocate, I'm pleased that President Trump said that at the UN. It's something that's been on his mind for a long time. He often does say that nuclear weapons are a grave concern. He hasn't done anything about it, but it's a possibility that he could. You know, the relations with Russia, the nuclear agreement with Russia to limit nuclear arms, it comes up. It ends next February, and Russia has said they'd be willing to extend that. And now Trump's mentioning of concern about nuclear weapons. I think the United States and Russia could reach a deal to extend the limits on nuclear weapons. That would be the best outcome from these vague talks.
Mark Fitzpatrick, it was a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. At least 3 people have died in a shooting at a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement facility in Texas. The gunman was also killed, and 2 of the victims were detainees at the Dallas Center. Authorities say at least 1 other person was injured in the incident. A South Korean battery plant CEO has been sentenced to 15 years in prison over a deadly workplace fire that killed 23 workers. The head of the Arcel and his son were convicted under the country's industrial safety law after investigators found the factory operated without proper safety measures or employee training. A man convicted of attempting to assassinate President Donald Trump tried to stab himself moments after hearing the verdict. A jury found that 59-year-old Ryan Ruth plotted to kill the president last year while he was golfing. Prosecutors said Ruth hid behind a fence with a rifle but fled when a Secret Service agent did spot him. He's set to be sentenced on the 18th of December. The group planning America's 250th birthday has fired its Trump-appointed director for breaches of authority and trust. Officials accuse Ariel Abougé of taking over a social media account without approval, which he does deny, saying he was fired over a post about conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The White House will help pick a replacement amid concerns the 2026 celebrations could become political. Now, a journalist fired by Australia's national broadcaster over a social media post on Gaza has won nearly $100,000. The Australian Broadcasting Corporation must pay radio host Antoinette Lattouf this amount on top of around $50,000 in earlier damages. Now, Jimmy Kimmel returned to his late-night TV show last night, tearfully defending free speech after a brief suspension over his comments on the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The comedian criticised what he called mob tactics by the FCC and local ABC affiliates, while also taking aim at President Donald Trump. Kimmel also said he never intended to blame any group for Kirk's death and praised those showing forgiveness. Take a listen to his emotional speech.
I've been hearing a lot about what I need to say and do tonight, and the truth is, I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't...
For more on this, I'm joined by entertainment reporter Stephanie Tecci. Stephanie, there we are. Jimmy Kimmel returning to our TV screens last night. He was choked up as he addressed the audience. What more did he have to say, and what did you make of his speech?
Well, Leigh Ann, some would say that it was somewhat a win for free speech in the sense where this man was almost cancelled a week ago and really at risk of losing his well-loved show. But one thing about that speech, he touched all areas, saying that, look, I wasn't making a mockery of Charlie Kirk, Steph. I've extended my compassion to the family. But he said everything. He touched all the corners about, being at odds with Disney over this move. But there was the one word that he didn't say, and the one word he didn't say was sorry. And this is a man who's clearly not sorry for his actions, but he's regretted that it's come to this stage in America that comedians such as himself and other late night hosts have we seen, like Stephen Colbert, are at risk of losing their shows because they do say something which he says that the administration doesn't like. Clearly, there is still no love lost between him and Trump. He, continued to make jokes about Trump, and during his show, he had a sketch with Robert De Niro as well, who made, blatant remarks about President Trump's appearance. And so here's a man who I think he's regretful that it's got to this stage where his show could have been cancelled, but he's not regretting of being someone who is a critic of Donald Trump.
And I found that really interesting because exactly what you said there, he didn't say sorry. And Stephanie, we have to also think many people are surprised Kimmel was given his job back so soon. And they're asking what prompted his return?
Well, Leigh Ann, there was this growing anger as we've seen over the past week where people have been trying to defend freedom of speech for comedians especially. And when you're thinking about a man like Jimmy Kimmel being cancelled for saying something which was a bit tongue-in-cheek and light-hearted, it didn't make sense. It shows how much power he has. And what was clear, there was a increasing boycott against Disney. So I think Disney had to play their cards right here because, look, if you're going to cancel Jimmy Kimmel over something like this, who else are you going to cancel? So what you're trying to say is that the media can no longer be about democracy. And I think for Disney, that was too much of a heavy burden for them to bear. And, Jimmy has discussed that, he was not pleased with what happened. And you know what? I won't be surprised if Jimmy doesn't last long with that network because you would want your network to support your talent in a situation like this. They had a very touching conversation with Jimmy about this loud there, but clearly he's still unhappy with the way things unfolded. But Disney, I think, had a lot to lose here if they cancelled Jimmy Kimmel.
Well, it's really interesting because I think that is the question now. How long, Stephanie, will Jimmy Kimmel last? And if we think about it, it wasn't all pretty much back to normal for Kimmel's show. After a quarter of ABC affiliates didn't broadcast his show, why did they choose to actually not do this?
Well, there was still a lot of discussions that were happening with different networks and whether they should broadcast it, but some of them did not go. Still that kind of black and grey at the moment to see what is going to be the future of the show.
So sorry,
There was a lot of...
Stephanie, I do apologise. We are having problems with your connection. I do apologise. Stephanie Tecci, I just wanted to say thank you so much for joining us. For more on this, I'm joined by former Trump campaign surrogate Autry Pruitt. Autry, thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully your internet connection's all secure and we can hear you really well. First of all, did you watch Jimmy Kimmel's emotional return last night? And is it right that he's back? You did watch it?
Yes, I watched it in repeat, though, in replay, not live.
Okay, brilliant. Tell me what you thought of it. Are you happy he's back?
No, I'm not happy he's back, but I'm not happy he's bad as a consumer because he got 1 million views. Do you realize there are kids opening up toys on YouTube that have more viewers than Jimmy Kimmel? When I was on the radio, had more viewers than Jimmy Kimmel, which is crazy. And I wasn't paid anywhere near close to $20 million a year. So I'm not happy he's back for the sure reason is that this is about ideology over merit. right? Merit means if you get the audience back. For example, when Howard Stern was at his height and he was pushing back against, I'm a social conservative, but he was pushing back against social conservatives, he got his job, Howard Stern did, because he actually drew in an audience. Jimmy Kimmel is keeping his job because of ideology. If his ideology was whack, but he had an audience, I'd say, hey, he's making the money. But guess what? He's just keeping his job just for the sake of who he is, not because he does anything.
And I guess that's a fair point. But Audrey, I've heard this a lot. You know, Jimmy Kimmel is talentless. Donald Trump said, you know, his ratings are terrible. But aren't all ratings across the late night TV shows terrible at the moment? Isn't Kimmel just following part of that trend?
Except for Greg Gutfeld on Fox News has higher ratings than all of them. So his ratings are actually good. You're 100% right. Fox News, for those of you that don't know, is the conservative, most prominent conservative news network in the United States. That late night show is doing fantastic. And so you're right. This is an example of merit dwindling across the board. It should be driven by ratings. And by the way, in the United States, these public airwaves are not about free speech. It's about what's good for the public interest, as established in 1934 regarding the FCC.
And less than an hour before Kimmel's return and Donald Trump, he seemingly threatened to sue ABC over its decision to let Kimmel back on. How far is Trump willing to go to control the narrative, do you think, in the US?
Donald Trump is willing to go as far as he can, as far as Obama went, as far as President Biden went, President Obama, as far as President Clinton went. He's willing to go as far as the left-wing progressive Democrats do in the United States. That's how far he's willing to go.
And in comments aimed at President Trump and the FCC chair, Jimmy Kimmel said a government threat to silence a comedian the president doesn't like is anti-American. And listen, I thought we saw hundreds and hundreds of celebrities come out, sign a letter backing Jimmy Kimmel. Lots of people cancelled their Disney subscriptions. I mean, is people power concerning the Trump administration and the Republican Party?
I think there is concern there, but the concern is half-hammed at best. It's half-hearted. And the reason I can say that with such confidence is because during the Biden administration, the Biden government was going to Twitter, coordinating with them to ban conservatives such as Molly Hemingway, the editor of The Federalist, for example.
And that's actually been proved today, hasn't it, that Google did ban, or Twitter did ban, certain accounts on behalf of the Democratic government of Joe Biden. Tell us a little bit more about that story. It's not something I know in depth, but it has been making headlines on Fox News. I'm sure you watch it. As you said, it's doing really well in the evenings.
Yeah, so the sum total is this. There are special agencies within the government that were monitoring Facebook, monitoring Twitter, and the other prominent social media platforms in the United States. When an individual said something that they felt went against the government line in COVID, regarding COVID, or Hunter Biden's infamous laptop, which was discovered, which was Hunter Biden's actual laptop, by the way, the government apparatus would send a notice to the Twitter Risk Committee or to the Facebook Risk Committee and say this person needs to be banned. And then the person would reply, we'll figure out a way how to ban them, even if they don't go against our terms of service. This is in black and white. There was a 130-page subcommittee report done on this in 2023. So this is clear and crystal as day that the government's of President Biden in particular, and also President Obama, were in coordination with agencies to ban private citizens. And by the way, as far as the public airwaves are concerned, it's not free speech. It's public interest. That's what was decided about these airwaves in the 1930s. Now, should it still be that way? Probably not, but that's the regime which we're under. And all Trump is doing is following what the regime has done in the past.
And just a quick thought for you. There are reports that the United Nations sabotaged an escalator to embarrass Donald Trump. And of course, we saw him yesterday saying the teleprompter doesn't work. The escalator at the UN didn't work either. What do you make of these allegations?
My simple take is, do I think it's possible that a rogue person in the United Nations maybe turned off the escalator or did something with the teleprompter? Yes, I think it's possible. Do I believe it was coordinated by the United Nations? No, I don't. But we've seen too many times when it comes to Donald Trump, rogue actors, both in the administrative state of the U.S. and on the globe, do things to President Trump just because they didn't like him.
Audrey Pruitt, I hope you don't think my show is whack, but all I want to say is thank you. Thank you so much for coming on it. Yeah. Always great to speak to you. Thank you once again. Now, Typhoon Ragasa has ripped through Hong Kong after leaving a trail of destruction in Taiwan and also the Philippines. At least 24 people have been killed in the strongest storm of the year. Ragasa is now hurtling towards southern China, bringing heavy rains to nearly a dozen provinces, putting even more lives at risk. For more on this, I'm joined from Bangkok by weather expert Jim Dale. Jim, a pleasure to have you on the show. Hiya. Which countries will be impacted by Ragasa, and will it maintain its super typhoon intensity as it moves along?
Okay, so we can bring you right up to date on this one. It's been through the Philippines and Taiwan. Obviously, some deaths involved there, and the count will go up. As you rightly point out, now it's in southern China, in mainly rural areas, actually. Northwest of a place called Lianjiang. I guess most people don't know where that is, but it's heading through that southern China area, and finally then it's going to end up in Vietnam, the northern part. So just the expectation is it will go as far as Hanoi, but not as a typhoon. Let's make this absolutely clear. It is now losing its previous speed, which is around about 185 mile an hour sustained when it was doing that great damage over Taiwan, etc. It's now around about 90 miles an hour sustained, which is bad enough. But there's rainfall with it, particularly on the northern edge of the typhoon itself. So it is starting to decrease, and that will continue now over this next 24 hours. It'll become ex-tropical and end up, as I say, north of Hanoi.
So you're saying north of Hanoi in Vietnam, but you also spoke about the typhoon, which has already struck various countries, and it was obviously very, very detrimental. What kind of disruption has it caused, and can we expect the death toll to rise? And how have people made sure that their communities are safe?
Okay, well, the good thing about typhoons and hurricanes are the same, cyclones are the same, is we normally get some good warnings. This had good warnings attached to it. There was evacuations that occurred, particularly in China, in Hong Kong. So that's a good thing that we're able to track these things well in advance. In terms of the damage, obviously these next 24, 48 hours, it's going to unpeel itself. We're going to find out exactly how much structural damage has been caused. And remember, it's three aspects. So it's not just the fierceness of the winds, it's also the heaviness, the intensity of the rain, and tidal surges, which we've already seen on various social media outlets. So three areas that we've got to be aware of. And I think people in that part of the world tend to be much more advised than we perhaps would in some other parts of the world when it comes to typhoons or hurricanes. So hopefully we've got a situation where the death toll will not go too far higher. Obviously, people can put themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time. These things need what I would call, with a capital R, respect. If you respect these types of storms and do the right thing, take the authorities' warning seriously, then, you know, most of the time you'll come out of it unscathed and survive. But we'll see, as you rightly point out, Leigh Ann, this particular storm is the in 2025 is the world's strongest storm so far. And to be honest with you, there's another one right behind it. Now, this might not get to the same category, but Bulio, I think it's called, is the next one. And it's already starting to form out to the east of the Philippines. So again, we're right in the middle of the season of typhoons and hurricanes. So just watch the space going forward over this next month.
Jim Dale, thank you so much for joining the show. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now let's go back to the United Nations. Japan's Prime Minister has told the UN that Tokyo's recognition of the state of Palestine was only a question of time. Nearly 80% of UN members recognise the state of Palestine, with a string of countries, including Britain, Canada and France, adding their names this week after nearly 2 years of war in Gaza. Joining us exclusively is Saudi Prince Turki Al Faisal to discuss the latest on Palestinian recognition and also the two-state solution. Your Excellency, thank you so much for your time and thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Absolute pleasure. During the UN conference led by Saudi Arabia, we witnessed global governments recognizing a Palestinian state. How do you assess this response?
Well, it's a welcome response after 70 years of attempts to do that. And I'd say it's about time. And finally, most of the world, at least, recognizes the Palestinian state. And that is an accomplishment that we've been dreaming of for some time.
But some analysts say recognizing a Palestinian state is symbolic and has no effect on the ground when it comes to the people in Gaza. How will this initiative change the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas, and how will it change things in general?
I believe it will have an important effect on the way that the countries follow up on this recognition, because now there is a defined entity with borders that are negotiable, but land that belongs to Palestine. And depending on how the countries who recognize the Palestinian state continue in their support for Palestine by opposing the Israeli encroachment on Palestinian territory, what I call colonies, there will be substantial ramifications for that, because it means that the countries who recognize Palestine can take action to affect Israel's position on these policies that they pursue there.
And Your Excellency, let's touch a little bit on that, because, you know, in response to the recognition of a Palestinian state by many countries, it's infuriated Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu, and he hit back. And a lot of their response, they say, is to now annex the West Bank, which is raising lots of concern. What do you make of this response by Israel and the possible annexation of the West Bank, and what it will mean for the two-state solution? I do apologise, Your Excellency. Your mic seems to be off. You're unmuted. Would you be able to switch it back on for us, please? I wonder if you can hear me.
Yes.
Oh, great.
As I was saying, the Israelis have been stealing Palestinian land since they occupied it more than 60 years ago. And that is a declared policy of Israel. And just recently, we heard from Mr. Netanyahu that he will not allow a Palestinian state to come into being. So there is a virtual takeover of all of Palestine, and not just Gaza or bits of the West Bank.
So that is what we are facing with. And that's what I meant by the countries that have recognized Palestine now need to follow up by protecting the sovereignty and the independence of the Palestinian state that they have recognized.
And Netanyahu did not hesitate to describe the decisions to recognize a Palestinian state as a reward for Hamas. How do you respond to this?
You know, that is a canard that the Israelis and unfortunately even their American allies are now promoting, because the thing that rewards Hamas is the oppression of the Palestinian people by Israel. Hamas as a movement that resists the occupation acquires popularity among the people of Palestine because the Israelis oppress them and deny them their rights. So that is the big reward that Hamas gets. It's from Israeli actions, not from the recognition of the Palestinian state.
But President Trump also said we have to get all 20 hostages back now and stop the Gaza war immediately. Without extra US pressure on Israel, is it possible to end the war or come to some sort of ceasefire?
I cannot see anybody pressuring Israel other than the United States. And that is something that now France and Saudi Arabia, who are leading this effort to get recognition of the Palestinian state by the world, they have to follow up with the United States. And we saw recently, just yesterday or the day or today, the meeting between Monsieur Macron and Mr. Trump, in which Mr. Macron explained in public the Saudi-French joint effort to end the fighting and completely bring peace to Palestine and the rest of us in the area. So this is the effort now for not just Saudi Arabia and France, but all these countries that have recognized Palestine as a state.
So do you think Donald Trump is the only man who has the capability to pressure Israel and stop them when it comes to the occupation of Gaza City and the bombardment and the annexation of the West Bank?
Absolutely. He is the one. I hear from newspaper accounts and from media experts, even Israeli media experts, they say that Mr. Trump is more popular in Israel than Mr. Netanyahu. So he is the only one, I think, who can put the pressure and the squeeze on Israel to make it stop its genocidal war on the Palestinians.
And we have seen a near consensus, actually, regarding Hamas, especially among Western countries that have recognized the state of Palestine, where there appears to be a conditionality that Hamas has no future within any Palestinian state. How do you view this?
Well, that is something that was dealt with by the Saudi-French communique that came out about recognizing the Palestinian state and going forward to a peaceful settlement between Palestine and Israel. The wording of that statement takes into account that Hamas must give up its weaponry and arms and basically remove itself from the political equation. I think that can be done if Hamas is agreeable to it, through their joining the PLO. As you know, Hamas has been keeping its, it wants its cake and wants to eat it too. They are very reluctant to declare their full acceptance of the Arab Peace Initiative, which guarantees that there will be a peaceful settlement in this conflict. So that is what has to be done now if the Hamas recognizes that the Palestinian state must come into being.
And do you think that they could join forces with the PLO and that could be successful? Because one thing Israel has said, and many people from Israel who have spoken to me say the main plan is to completely eradicate Hamas and make sure they have no place in a future government inside Palestine. So is it possible that these two could join forces? How could this practically be done if Israel's plan is to eradicate the group?
Well, they've been trying to eradicate Hamas now for 2.5 years and haven't been successful in that. I don't see how they can have the ambition that they can eradicate Hamas. And so it is for them to negotiate with the PLO and the Palestinian Authority on how the parameters and the conditions of the new state are to be. If Hamas is going to be fully integrated into the PLO and become committed to the same conditions that the PLO has accepted, that is one way that Hamas will remove itself as an independent entity from Palestinian political life. That is one way of achieving the result of removing Hamas as an obstacle to a peaceful settlement between Israel and Palestine.
Your Excellency, I want to talk a little bit about negotiations that were going on in Qatar, of course, which included Hamas and Israel as they were trying to work towards some sort of agreement. And we did see Israel launch bombs in Doha at the delegation. How serious was this, and how can negotiations resume after Israel did launch these strikes on Doha?
This is the how can I put it? This is the exposure of Israel for what it is, a treacherous and an unreliable potential partner for peace in the area. They negotiate and let the Qataris negotiate a settlement for the Gaza conflict, and then they bomb the country that is negotiating this conflict. So this is par for the course for the Israelis. And I was not surprised by this because Israel has been treacherous throughout its history in the area.
Do you think that Israel is becoming more of a concern to its neighbors and Arab countries in this region?
I think it is becoming more of a concern to the Jewish community in the world. You've seen that in the demonstrations that take place, the public demonstrations that take place throughout the world, that Jewish people are joining in those demonstrations to oppose Israel's actions against the Palestinians. And many Jewish rabbis and important people have declared their opposition to the Netanyahu government conduct vis-a-vis the Palestinian people. So this is not just a danger to us, but even Jewish people consider it to be a danger to them.
And if I can just bring you back to what the plan is the day after Israel's offensive into Gaza City ends, and also the continuous bombardment of Gaza that we have seen. We haven't heard much of what happens once this is over and how the Palestinian people get their lives back to normal and their future. Do you have any idea of how that looks?
I am not privy to the talks that took place between the French and the Saudi partners in this effort to end the war and bring peace to the area. I'm sure they have in their plans definitive ideas about the day after. And if we just review the statement that came out a month ago, I think it was, or nearly that about their idea of what peace means in the Middle East, particularly towards the Palestinians. We can see that they have a plan already to install. I think there is supposed to be some sort of council that takes over in Gaza, and the removal of the weaponry, as I mentioned, from Hamas, and then the integration of that Gaza area into the Palestinian Authority, etc. So these are things that I think the French and the Saudis have been working on, and I'm not privy to them.
And do you have any idea who would finance the rebuilding of Gaza? That's been a big question. Where would the financial input come from?
I think the financial issue should come from the world, because basically this is not just a simple question of Palestine versus Israel, but it's a worldwide issue that has been on the books since 1948. And the voting of the big countries in 1948 that created Israel should be responsible for financing the so-called day after and what goes on from there.
And also, I was just wondering, you know, the UN Commission said that there is a genocide happening within Gaza City.
Yes.
And I wonder what your thoughts are on that, because Israel said there's no genocide happening, the UN is biased. Do you believe that there is a genocide?
Absolutely. I'm not an expert on these issues, but experts themselves have said so, including some Israelis who are, quite frank about their definition of genocide, and that it applies to what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians. So in my mind, it's a clear-cut case of genocide against the Palestinians.
But why isn't the UN doing enough to open these aid corridors to get food to the people of Gaza? This has been a big question. And yesterday we did see Donald Trump criticize the UN and say they actually don't do much. They just have talks, but nothing actually happens. Do you think the UN has been effective in helping these people and reach the people who really need it? Or what more needs to be done?
If we remove the veto of the United States from these considerations, the United Nations can do its job. Unfortunately, it's the US veto that stymies the actions of the United Nations, not just in Palestine, but in other places as well. And we see that also Russia has used the veto power vis-a-vis Ukraine, etc. So the veto is the stumbling block that prevents the UN from doing its job.
Perhaps the most notable thing that we are currently observing at the moment is that the Saudi initiative for a two-state solution has gained significant momentum, especially among Western countries. How will the kingdom build on this momentum and make sure that diplomacy wins the day?
Well, I'm sure that the leadership in the kingdom, King Salman and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, have in mind what to follow up with on the Arab Peace Initiative that the late King Abdullah presented to the world nearly 23 years ago. And it's been an effort that has been left on the table since that time because the Israelis have not accepted it. Had they accepted it when it was first presented, we would not be in this place now.
And let's just talk a little bit about the Abraham Accords, because Donald Trump did get many countries to do normalization ties with Israel during his first term. And Donald Trump was really praised for the Abraham Accords and the normalization of ties between some Arab nations and Israel. What's the future of the Abraham Accords?
Well, you know, the kingdom is not party to the so-called Abraham Accords. And in the past, I have made public statements that my view is that so-called Abraham Accords do not deserve that name, actually, because Saudi Arabia is not yet part of them. The Prophet Abraham, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he actually came to Mecca, as you know, in his pursuit of the service to God and the establishment of the Holy Kaaba. And unless the kingdom becomes party to any future agreement that envisions the establishment of a Palestinian state and the right of self-determination for the Palestinian people and the capital in East Jerusalem, I don't consider them to be Abrahamic. Some people may disagree with me, but that is my view.
And Your Excellency, just before I let you go, what would you like the future of Palestine to look like for the people who are there? And how do you hope a resolution is reached?
That is something I think all of us hope for peace. You know, my late father had a wish to conduct a trip to Jerusalem before he died. Unfortunately, his death preceded that event. But I have publicly said that I hope before I die that I'll be able to visit the mosque in Jerusalem. It will be a crowning achievement for humanity to finally put this conflict to end, and the Palestinian people to get their full rights as was envisioned in the initial UN resolution back in 1948. This is a desire that I wish and I hope everybody will be of equal demand for that desire.
Prince Turki Al Faisal, yes, we all hope for peace. And I want to say thank you so much for your time and thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Pleasure. A reminder of our top stories. Zelenskyy warns that Russia aims to expand the war beyond Ukraine as he urges more international military support. Iran vows it will never seek nuclear weapons and slams Israel at the UN. Jimmy Kimmel makes an emotional return to late-night TV, defending free speech after a controversial suspension. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. At the United Nations General Assembly, a cascade of events made up international headlines. From the wave of recognitions of Palestinian statehood and the charged reactions it provoked to President Trump's speech that mixed bold statements on Ukraine with his familiar attacks on Europe. Adding to the drama, the day was punctuated by lighter, if awkward moments, a stalled escalator and a malfunctioning teleprompter as Trump made his way to the podium. Together, these episodes turned the UN gathering into a global media spectacle. On those lines, The Telegraph asked today whether President Trump was sabotaged at the UN. The report describes as unusual or unusually chaotic day for President Trump at the UN General Assembly, marked by speculation of sabotage. First, an escalator froze beneath him and First Lady Melania, and also leaving them awkwardly stranded before climbing the steps. Later, Trump's teleprompter failed, forcing him to rely on a paper copy. The piece highlights the UN insiders reportedly joked about cutting power to highlight budget shortage, fueling suspicion. It also points out that Trump's aides demanded an investigation, even though Trump's comments that whoever is operating the teleprompter is in big trouble drew some laughter. Despite the mishaps, Trump used his hour-long speech to blast Democrats, promote the U.S. economy, and deliver sharp warnings to Europe about migration, claiming mass arrivals are destroying the continent. Diving further into what President Trump said at the UN address, the New York Times reported on the American president's rebuke of global institutions and his complaint about immigration and environmentalists, warning representatives present that their countries are going to hell. The paper also published an analytical report fact-checking and scrutinizing the president's address, exposing multiple inaccuracies. The piece contends that Trump's boasts of $17 trillion in new U.S. investment are grossly inflated compared with official figures. His assertion that London is moving towards Sharia law is dismissed as baseless, echoing past Islamophobic accusations against Mayor Sadiq Khan. Trump's criticism of China's wind power is also false, according to the analysis, as China leads the world in wind energy capacity. The piece highlights that his claims about falling energy prices are also overstated, with electricity costs rising. Other debunked claims included mass illegal crossings from prisons, inflated overdose deaths, and mischaracterizing Washington, D.C. as America's crime capital. The analysis shows how Trump's rhetoric blends exaggeration with falsehoods, underscoring the need for rigorous fact-checking on the world stage. While covering President Trump's General Assembly address, the Washington Post published an analysis highlighting an overwhelming public skepticism about Donald Trump's push for a Nobel Peace Prize. A new post-Ipsos poll shows that 76% of Americans believe he does not deserve the honor, with just 22% in favor. Also, criticism is fueled by disapproval of Trump's handling of major conflicts, as 60% disapprove of his Ukraine policy and 58% disapprove of his approach to Gaza. Even Republicans are split, while support among independents and Democrats is minimal. The poll also revisits Barack Obama's 2009 award, with 54% now saying he did not deserve it either. Trump, who has openly sought the prize, used his recent UN speech to tout misleading claims about resolving global conflicts, a message the piece concludes is unlikely to sway opinion. Foreign Policy, like many other publications, reported on President Trump's recent statement regarding the war on Ukraine, describing them as a major change in the president's position. The report recounts how, after meeting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy in New York, Trump said Ukraine could win back all of Ukraine in its original form, and even hinted at pushing further into Russian territory. The piece highlights that this marks a sharp departure from his earlier view that Ukraine would have to give up land. Trump also mocked Russia's military but avoided promising direct U.S. action, instead pointing to NATO arms support. Analysts see his remarks as recognition that Russia is struggling, though doubts remain about how far he will go. The piece also underscores that his softer response to Russian drone in Poland shows ongoing caution, even as his ties with Zelenskyy appear to improve. President Trump's statements were music to Ukrainian ears as all the press in the country reported on this new and changed American position. Kiev Post published a report quoting Ukrainian president, who said in an interview with Fox News that President Donald Trump now understands that Ukraine cannot trade away territory to Russia. The paper also highlights how Zelenskyy described their private meeting at the UN General Assembly as a good conversation, noting Trump's apparent shift from earlier calls for concessions to a belief that Ukraine can reclaim all its land. Trump also praised Zelenskyy as a brave man and labeled Russia as a paper tiger with a weak economy. He also suggested Ukraine might win back its original borders, though stopped short of promising direct U.S. military aid. During the interview, Zelenskyy expressed cautious optimism, welcoming America's support, but warning that Vladimir Putin remains unwilling to admit defeat. Russian newspapers, on the other hand, reacted with a mix of caution and critique, with some calling Trump's words a sharp reversal of the American position, while others framed it as U.S. pressure on Putin. Some Russian press downplayed the shift, warning the rhetoric was symbolic and offered little real change. Kommersant, which is described by many as a centrist paper in Russia, frames Trump's recent remarks as a major rhetorical pivot in U.S. policy. The paper also emphasizes that this shift is as much for optics as substance, quoting experts who cautioned the statements were likely aimed at domestic and European audiences, not a total shift in strategy. Still, the paper says that the effect is indeed diplomatic. Moscow's narrative of dominance is indeed challenged, forcing Russia to reframe its messaging. For Russia's press and policymakers, Trump's rhetorical turn deepens uncertainty as they all ask if this new direction is genuine or is a calculated bluff. Arab and international media continue to cover the reactions of the new wave of recognitions of a Palestinian state, including big influential countries like UK, France and Canada, prior and during the UN General Assembly. Abdurrahman al-Rashid wrote in Al-Sharq al-Awsat challenging the narrative that Hamas's October 2003 attack triggered global recognition of Palestine. He argues Hamas, acting in line with Iran's agenda, sought to derail Saudi-US negotiations that tied Saudi recognition of Israel to the creation of a Palestinian state. Historically, Hamas has sabotaged peace efforts from the 2003 roadmap to Trump's 2020 plan. Al-Rashid frames today's landscape as a battle between Netanyahu's push to annex the West Bank and the Saudi French-backed two-state solution, now endorsed by 151 countries, including key U.S. allies. While historic, these recognitions risk backlash from extremists on both sides. Ultimately, the piece suggests U.S. backing could cement this path and even earn Trump a Nobel Prize. Israeli newspapers all covered the news and reactions, with some describing it as a stinging defeat. Others regarded it as a new diplomatic law for Israel. Yediot Aharonot captures the scale of Israel's growing isolation in its reporting following a French-Saudi-led UN conference where 9 additional countries recognized Palestinian statehood. Once perceived as a victim of Hamas, Israel now faces mounting criticism, with more than 151 nations backing recognition, including major democracies like France, UK, Canada, and also Australia. The piece highlights the humiliation of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has delayed his response pending a meeting with President Trump, underscoring Israel's reliance on unpredictable U.S. support. While some states, such as Finland and Japan, held back recognition, momentum for Palestine continues. The piece argues that with the absence of a clear Israeli diplomatic vision, symbolic defeats risk turning into long-term strategic setbacks. Another story that was widely reported in American media was Jimmy Kimmel's emotional return to ABC after a suspension over comments about Charlie Kirk's death. The report in the Wall Street Journal described how Jimmy Kimmel expressed regret, praised Kirk's widow's grace, and also defended free speech, while criticizing President Trump and FCC Chair Brendan Carr for threats against broadcasters. The report also highlights President Trump's reaction as he blasted ABC on Truth Social, accusing the network of political bias and hinting at legal action. The piece highlights how Kimmel's comeback became a flashpoint in ongoing fight over censorship, comedy, and political power. And we'll end with this exclusive, which was published by The Times, revisiting the Coldplay couple saga. The report offers new details about Kristen Cabot, the HR executive caught on camera hugging CEO Andrew Byron during a concert. Initially portrayed as a scandal, a source clarified that Cabot and her husband Andrew were already separated, and in fact both attended the concert, Andrew with a date who is now his partner. The viral moment, amplified by Chris Martin's on-stage joke, quickly spiraled into global attention, leading both Cabot and Byron to resign from Astronomer. While Cabot acknowledged the hug was inappropriate given her role, she denied any affair. The fallout was severe. She faced online abuse, lost her job, and also struggled to protect her children from the media frenzy. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, I speak, therefore I am. There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people, who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition. Throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, "I want to eat." He wouldn't say, "I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water." But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, he's eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, you know, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing, And that's, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an oversensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. He gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, "Oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that. Come back here. Let's do something." They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realized this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahad, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Alaa, I have Khaled. They call me Mom, and my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and then comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. He plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad, to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wish to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
what do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا.
Saudi Arabia and Syria have announced a new chapter in regional healthcare cooperation by launching the Virtual Health Bridge. The initiative connects Syria's health system directly to Saudi Arabia's Saha Virtual Hospital. That's the largest of its kind in the world. And it already delivers more than 51 million consultations every year using AI and telemedicine. To mark the launch, ministers from both countries gathered at the Saudi Ministry of Health, where the very first Syrian patient received remote treatment live through the Saha Virtual Hospital system. And speaking to Arabiya English, Saudi Health Minister Fahd Abdurrahman Al-Jalajal explained that this link gives Syrian patients access to rare specialties and cutting-edge digital services, improving care in ways that weren't possible before.
We're glad today to really announce the start of the virtual hospital between Dimashq and Riyadh. We were glad today to see between Dimashq and Riyadh, multiple consultants really consulting around one case, and we're happy that the virtual hospital will extend the cooperation in multiple disciplines. I was really happy to see His Excellency and the Minister of ICT in Syria both joining forces in establishing a better services and really linking the digital link between the two hospitals. This link will open multiple consultation between workforce in Syria and workforce in Saudi around different cases. All the subspecialty in Saudi is in the hands of our health minister in Syria. Any subspecialty requested from King Faisal, King Fahad, King Abdulaziz will be available through that link. So we'll be adding more disciplines into this care, and we're extending from a single hospital currently in Dimashq to multiple hospitals, inshallah.
The two sides also signed a memorandum of understanding to strengthen Syria's healthcare system. The agreement focuses on digital health, AI-driven treatment, and crisis management, aiming to make services more resilient and sustainable. Looking ahead, the minister said this partnership is only the beginning as Saudi Arabia plans to expand digital health cooperation, build technical capacity, and share expertise, with Syria now seen as a key partner in this vision for regional healthcare resilience. For now, this digital link is seen as the foundation of a long-term collaboration. Joanne Soria, Arabiya English.
An irrelevant gesture or a diplomatic turning point? An increasing number of traditional Israeli allies are publicly recognizing Palestinian sovereignty. Is it a step on the path to peace, or are they rewarding terrorism as Israel claims? Stay with us for that debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The UN General Assembly has been, as promised, a platform for more world leaders to formally recognise Palestine.
The time has come. I declare that France today recognises the state of Palestine.
That the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
The Commonwealth of Australia recognises the state of Palestine.
Those leaders argue recognition is a necessary tool to pressure both sides to reach a ceasefire and eventually a lasting peace. Currently, about 80% of UN member states recognise Palestine, and yet that's had little to no impact on the ground. So is it an empty gesture? And could it, in fact, make the situation worse? Hardline Israeli ministers are calling on the Prime Minister to annex the West Bank in retaliation.
You are giving a huge reward to terrorism. The response to the latest attempt to impose a terrorist state in the heart of our land will be given after my return from the United States. Wait for it.
Coming up on the show, we'll ask, is recognition by Western powers a significant move or just lip service to appease voters? Is Israel becoming diplomatically isolated? And what would a Palestinian state actually look like? Joining us to discuss the recognition of Palestine and its implications is Yuan Pao Wu, an independent Canadian senator from British Columbia. Jake Wallace-Simons, the Daily Telegraph columnist and author, is joining us. His upcoming book, Never Again: How the West Betrayed the Jews and Itself. And rounding out our panel, Professor Manuel Hassan, the current Palestinian ambassador to Denmark. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Thanks for being with us. Now, the move by several Western powers to formally recognise the state of Palestine hasn't come as a surprise. It's been signposted for weeks, if not months even, by some countries. But still, it's unleashed diplomatic shockwaves. Outside the UN General Assembly, though, is anything likely to change? Ambassador, let's start with you. Is this a significant moment, or are these leaders just trying to appease their voters?
Well, actually, you know, it took so long for the international community to recognize the state of Palestine. And I must say, this is the crescendo of the Palestinian diplomatic efforts in trying on bilateral, yet alone in the international organizations, to extract this kind of recognition, which is long overdue. However, I would say that symbolically, this means a lot to the Palestinian people because it will allow the state of Palestine to become part and parcel of the international community, let alone it will have the interest in having certain bilateral relations with several countries. We have been accepted, you know, by international organizations, and I think eventually will be full-fledged in the United Nations as a country which has its own flag and what have you. So from this perspective, I would consider that this is a milestone in diplomacy, and it is a milestone when it comes to the recognition of the Palestinian people who have been struggling for the last 70 years to attain self-determination. And this is the time where self-determination is going to be practiced. Yet, we need to see on the ground how this will translate basically with the reaction of Israel and that of the United States that has been unequivocally supporting the state of Israel. Well, this can be implemented with the carnage going on in Gaza, with the settlers expanding settlements, with the E1 plan that is, you know, dividing the West Bank north and south. This is yet to be seen by the Israelis' response to this recognition by the international community.
Mm-hmm. Jake, you're in the UK. Your Prime Minister is one of the latest Western leaders to come out to recognise the Palestinian state. Why do you think Starmer has done that now? And do you think it's a significant milestone, or is it purely symbolic?
Well, the general feeling in Britain where Starmer is despised as a leader, his popularity is at an almost historic low at the moment. 90% of people do not support this move to unilaterally recognise a state of Palestine. And the general feeling is that he's done it for his own personal political gain. He's suffering a hemorrhaging of support from the left of his party and from the various more radical Muslim voters towards further left parties, which are springing up as I speak. And so the sense is that he's doing it really for his own domestic political reasons rather than anything that might benefit either Britain or indeed the Middle East. I mean, this clearly is a move which defies all logic. Palestine has not passed the 4 criteria for statehood as outlined in the Montevideo Convention. It also has thrown up various legal contradictions as well. I mean, the international community asserts that Palestine is at the same time occupied and also fit to become a state. That's a contradiction right there. It's a state that pays reward money to people who are convicted of terrorism. So presumably it would need to become a state and also become sanctioned as a state sponsor of terror at the same time. And of course, it really is a democracy in name alone. Its leader, Mahmoud Abbas, currently serving the 21st year of his supposed 4-year term. Elections haven't come since. And that's before we even look at Hamas and the devastation that it's wreaking in Gaza. Hamas, I would note, celebrated this move. The weak Western powers have insisted that Hamas will magically have no part in a Palestinian state. But Hamas, for its part, felt it was a victory, declared victory, congratulated our contemptible Prime Minister on this move. So overall, I think anybody with a sound moral compass will realise that this is not just bad for Britain and Israel, it's bad for the Palestinians as well, because there's no incentive for proper reform away from radicalism, which is what's sorely needed if peace is going to be achievable.
Senator Wu, what do you make of those contradictions that Jake has raised there? How does Canada, which has also recognised the Palestinian state, square that circle, those contradictions that Jake has brought up?
Well, the contradictions point to the highly symbolic nature of recognition. Symbolic but not unimportant. I agree with the Palestinian representative that it's a milestone in diplomacy and it's something that Palestinians deserve as as a right that they have along with other peoples. Canada has recognized Palestine in part to, I think, balance interests domestically. There is popular support for the recognition of Palestine in this country, but this government is doing it, I think, somewhat cynically, partly to absolve itself from the horror that we are witnessing in Gaza at this very moment. And we all know that the recognition of Palestine without any concrete action to stop the slaughter of innocents in Gaza, as well as the expansion of illegal settlements in the West Bank, is not very helpful at all. And so on the one hand, I celebrate that Canada has made this historic step, but I'm watching to see how Canada and France and Britain and other Western countries that have finally, by the way, come on board with most of the rest of the world, how they intend to handle and to respond to the existential issue that faces Palestine today, which is the genocide that is going on.
We're going to come a little bit later in our debate to what a Palestinian state would actually look like. But before we get to how it's implemented, I want to come back to you, Ambassador Hassassian, with a question picking up also from what Jake has raised with regards to this criticism that's coming across all sides of Israeli politics, not just from the Prime Minister, but opposition parties as well, that say this is a reward for terrorism. How do you respond to that?
Well, if I want to respond to that, and if he means that terrorism is Hamas, I want to just tell him very simply, the UN resolutions that came out after the 1967 war were all in favor of having a Palestinian state and in stopping the occupation, in ending occupation. There was no Hamas there. We have been entitled for this since 1948 through the General Assembly, UN General Assembly, when they voted and accepted us to become a state. At that time, the conditions were not right for the Palestinians to accept, on a small piece of land, this state of Palestine. So I'm trying to basically to remind him that Hamas is only a player for the last 20 years. But the international organizations and UN resolutions have always, voted for the Palestinians to have their own independent state. So it's not a reward to Hamas. The Palestinian people have paid a heavy price through the carnage, through the killings that is going on, the genocide in Gaza. Let us not forget that 4 wars have been waged against Gaza. Let us not forget that the West Bank have been, dissected into what we call Swiss cheese today, with the grabbing of land and building settlements, expanding these settlements, which they call Judea and Samaria. And that in itself, if it reflects something, that this country is a colonial settler state that is stealing our land, our water, our right to self-determination by claiming that this is Eretz Israel, this is Judea, Samaria. It was given to them by the biblical prophecy. I mean, that rhetoric is becoming absurd. It's not being accepted by the international community. And that's why, countries like Britain, France, Canada, Spain, and what have you, they came forward because they understand that the misery of the Palestinians cannot go longer with the negation of the Israelis for the presence of almost 7 million Palestinians in the occupied territories, and to claim that this is their own, and going with ethnic cleansing and displacement and what have you as a legitimate, action taken by this Israeli government that is so extreme to the point that they don't see Palestinians to be living, side by side by the Israelis.
Jake, I see you shaking your head there. What's your reaction?
Well, frankly, I'm not really sure where to start. I mean, he's right that the Palestinian Arabs rejected an offer of a state for the first time in 1947, 1948. That was not the only time, however, that they turned down the offer of a two-state solution, as it were. Of course, the Oslo Accords were well on the way to offering them a state, but that collapsed because of the second Intifada, 140 suicide bombs launched by Hamas on Israeli cities, turning them into a butcher's shop. Then Ariel Sharon tried to give them a state by withdrawing from Gaza. That, of course, was rewarded only with October the 7th. But there have been other times as well. Camp David in 2000, President Clinton, Bill Clinton, said just last year that he looked back at 25 years ago at Camp David and couldn't believe that the Palestinians walked away from a state, and said that they can't complain 25 years later when that offer is no longer there. Ehud Olmert in 2008 offered them 100% of their demands. Again, they snubbed that offer. So it seems very odd now that the Palestinians are saying that they have been deprived a state when they've been offered it on many occasions and have turned it down because they don't simply want to have a state alongside Israel. They wish to have a state instead of Israel. And as for Hamas, I mean, of course, Hamas is deplorable. The international community pays lip service to wanting it not to form a part of the future Palestinian state. But we return to the fact that Hamas has been celebrating this move of international recognition for a state of Palestine. The reason it's been celebrating is because it advances its agenda. Its agenda is not a two-state solution. Its agenda is to take over Israel. Israel faces some very, very serious security risks, from not just from Gaza, but also from the West Bank, where terrorism is glorified. And we have no concern coming from the other side for Israeli security at all.
Senator Wu, I'm going to bring you in just a moment, but Ambassador, I'll give you a chance to respond to that. I could see you vehemently shaking your head there.
Yes. Yes. First of all, I want to remind your guest that in 1988, the Palestinian National Council made a historic decision, which I consider to be a painful concession, in accepting the state of Israel on 78% of historic Palestine, and in accepting Israel as a state next to the Palestinians. In the Oslo Accords, we almost danced cheek to cheek in achieving that, but the ultimate failure was Camp David, where you are telling us now you put the onus on the Palestinians. How could the Palestinians accept the negligence or the negation of the right of return at Camp David, let alone when Barak was negotiating on behalf of Israel? He wanted to have total sovereignty over Jerusalem with the control over Haram al-Sharif. So Arafat had no choice but to decline that. You don't remember who caused what in Camp David that led to that failure, which of course ignited a second intifada. Now, I'm not going to talk about the intifada and the repercussions of the intifada, but I want to remind you, for the last 13 years, we haven't had any direct negotiations with the Israelis. With the ultimate presence of Netanyahu, he had made every kind of effort to kill the Oslo Agreement, which supposedly in 1999 would have offered the Palestinian a state with almost 98% of the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem. I'm trying to remind you that don't put always the onus on the Palestinians. And Hamas is a late player in this game. And you're telling me that Hamas is very happy for having the recognition of the state of Palestine? Hamas wanted the entire historic Palestine. They're not, for the 1967 borders, so as they could celebrate, as you are saying, the recognition of the state of Palestine. The recognition of the state of Palestine is for the Palestinian people and their struggle for self-determination for the last 70 years. This is the reward for a people that have been deprived of a basic human right, inalienable right, let alone that the Palestinians have paid in blood. Hundreds of thousands have been killed by the Israelis. And now you are claiming that you are a democratic state and that the Palestinians are not ready to have their own state. We are ready to have our own state. But we have to end this occupation that has been long overdue by the help of countries like Canada, United States. Hopefully it will jump on the bandwagon to realize that the Jewish state, which is, I consider it a Zionist state, and it's not Jewish, is about time this colonial project should be annihilated by the Jews themselves, because this is the destruction of Israel, starting with the Zionist extremists who are trying basically to negate a whole nation and trying to attack the sovereignty of Jordan, Egypt, Doha lately. This is considered to be a strategic ally to the United States and basically to Israel. Look what you have done. You have 7 fronts to fight. Is this, the way to preserve the entity of a democratic bastion in the Middle East as you are pretending?
If I may,
we call you a rogue
I know
state
that,
now?
If I may, just I know you wish to go to our Canadian friend, but just very, very briefly, just two quick questions to the ambassador there. I just wonder, first of all, are you able to condemn unequivocally the atrocities of October the 7th? And secondly, are you able to recognise wholeheartedly the right of Jews to their homeland in the state of Israel as a Jewish state? Can you make those two commitments right now before us today?
Let me tell you first. The second is to accept the Jewish state. We have already accepted the Jewish state. And you have been saying we will have an entity democratic next, supposedly to a democratic state, which is Israel. We are willing to coexist in conviviality with the Jews. We have done that before, and we could do this again. The two-state solution that we have been fighting for is not negating, the state of Israel, is having Israel as a neighbor with open borders and try to coexist together. This is the intention of the Palestinian people. We have nothing against the Jewish people. We are against this Zionist project of trying to eliminate us even from the 22% of Palestine. This is where I come very strong, against the Zionist project. And concerning, October 7th, don't take this as an excuse. You should also go before October 7th. 60 years of occupation, putting 2 million people in a concentration camp. You don't talk about this, you only talk about October 7th. Let us assume that October 7th took place. Let me remind you.
Can you condemn it? Can you condemn it?
The end result of killing 65,000
yes or no question.
Palestinians, in Gaza, is not enough for you to say that October 7th has been avenged by the Zionist project.
Can you condemn it? Yes
you don't
or
talk
no?
about
Yes or no?
the aftermath of October 7th.
I'll take that as a no.
It is a shame that you're going to the...
Okay, all right. I'm going to bring Senator Wu in there before we move on.
Rebuffed.
That couldn't be clearer. That could not be clearer.
Nobody talks about October 7th now.
Okay, Senator Wu, give me your impression on where we stand, and in particular, the comment or the message from Jake that the international community has done its part, it's done everything it can, but it's the Palestinians themselves that have let the international community down. What's your take on all of that?
Look, I'm going to pick up on this idea that a Palestinian state is a reward for Hamas, and the fact that Hamas would celebrate its recognition is a sign that it's the wrong decision. This is a specious argument because it assumes that other Palestinians, the vast majority, all Palestinians, for a very long time, even before Hamas, even after Hamas ceases to exist, want to have a Palestinian state. It is an argument that's simply used to try to focus on Hamas, which has been severely weakened. Look, Jake talks about the butcher's shop and the butchery that's been taking place. Well, that butchery is on the side of Israel. We have seen butchery for the last 24 months now. And that is what we need to focus on. Because if we get distracted by conversations about whether Hamas is celebrating the Palestinian state, we will be overlooking the slaughter that's taking place. And that's why, while I celebrate and congratulate Britain and France and Canada for making this symbolic step, the real challenge is making something of it, stopping the slaughter, enabling Palestine to become fully recognized and having the rights of other states as well. That is the challenge before the countries, not just making an empty statement at the United Nations.
So let's move on to our second segment here, where we look at the implications of this. Some of the criticism around the recognition of a Palestinian state is that it simply won't change anything on the ground. It's purely symbolic. But even if that's true, it could also be argued that it's also symbolic of changing global attitudes towards Israel and its current actions in Gaza. Jake, is this a turning point in international support for Israel? Netanyahu himself has referred to Israel as Super Sparta of the Middle East, referencing its isolation.
Yeah, it's deeply regretful. And as the previous speaker just illustrated, there is a worldwide drive to draw an equivalence between a war in Gaza, which is one that Israel did not choose, did not start, did not want, but was compelled to wage because Hamas destroyed, killed, murdered, mutilated 1,200 of its citizens and took hostages who are still there today. Israel couldn't avoid that war. There's an attempt to conflate that with terrorism on Israeli civilians. Our Canadian friend just did that explicitly, equivocating or drawing an equivalence between the Second Intifada and the war in Gaza. One is a terror organization attacking innocent people while they're going to school, while they're going about their day jobs in suicide bombs. And the other is an attempt to destroy Hamas and release the hostages. It couldn't be clearer. So I'm afraid that while the world increasingly falls under this total delusion, mistaking war for genocide willfully and falling for the propaganda, then international isolation is growing on Israel. And I'm afraid to say that the result of this wall of hostility towards Israel at the United Nations is going to be to evoke an even stronger backlash from Israel, which will also be counterproductive. We can see the Israeli right wing, the far right, who regrettably have positions in the government at the moment, becoming emboldened by this, and a response from Israel saying, look, if you're going to do a unilateral declaration of independence or recognition for Palestine, we're going to take unilateral actions as well on the West Bank. That is only going to lead to more conflict, more bloodshed, and more unrest in the years to come. It's an absolute tragedy that people have forgotten which side is democracy and which side is the jihadis.
Senator Wu?
Here's another specious argument where you're trying to say that you're trying to give justification for the actions of the far-right government, which Netanyahu supports.
I should clarify, I'm not justifying it.
Which has been in the cards for 2 years already. What we have seen from the West is a lack of action, is an indulging of the Netanyahu government, is a complacency, a willingness to look away from the atrocities that Israel has committed in Gaza. And what has that yielded? More extreme actions. To suggest that recognition of Palestine is going to be the trigger for even more right-wing action is simply a fallacy and something that cannot be tolerated.
So, Senator, I assume that you would unequivocally condemn October the 7th, because you haven't mentioned it so far, all the hostages.
I do. But why do I have to have a litmus test of that sort? I condemn all the I condemn the bombings
as if it hadn't
civilians.
Happened. That's why. Just because you haven't mentioned it, it seems like you're editing something out.
How about you?
It seems like you're missing an important piece of the puzzle here.
How about you? Are you unequivocal?
No.
How about the killing of children in hospitals? Jake?
Of course. Any killing of children in hospitals that's in...
Then we're on the same page.
We're not on the same page because you, I'm afraid, are mistaking a war for a genocide and mistaking a democracy for a fascist state. And you're on the side of a non-democracy at best and a jihadi state at worst.
How could Israel be a democracy and an occupier at the same time? Let me ask you,
I'm afraid you have lost your moral...
Let me ask you one question. Can you... Would you consider West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem an occupying land? I'm asking you this question.
I'm afraid, sir, in my mind, you've lost your moral authority by failing to condemn October the 7th.
Okay, we're not going to descend into who has defended what. Ambassador, I want to ask you specifically. Recognition has prompted almost unanimous condemnation across the political spectrum in Israel. And after a period of so much internal division, could this move not backfire? Instead of pressuring Israel, could Netanyahu use this to galvanize his grip on power? Could things just turn out worse?
Well, that's Jake's argument, isn't it? But look, what has been the record of the last 24 months? The West has been coddling Netanyahu, has been indulging his actions, and he has rewarded the world with more atrocities. We have given warnings, let humanitarian aid go in. We're going to ramp up sanctions if you don't do so. We didn't ramp up sanctions. And what did he do? He continued to block humanitarian aid going in. So the carrot, if that's what you're asking about, the carrot has not worked. And I'm not saying recognition of Palestine is a stick, but it's what Palestinians deserve. What comes after is what counts. You're absolutely right. It's only symbolic if we don't stop the slaughter.
Ambassador, what do you think? I mean, Jake raised the point that this could lead to unilateral support from Israel annexing the West Bank, as some of the far-right ministers are calling for. I mean, could this whole conversation around recognition backfire?
No, I don't think so, because Israel should understand that the time is ripe now to believe that there is no military solution to this conflict. They have to understand using power is not going to make the Palestinians succumb. Palestinians will continue their struggle for self-determination, and the international community now is on the side of the Palestinians, because we deserve to have our own independent state. And we are talking about only 22% of historic Palestine, where our independent state have been recognized by major countries, by almost 147 countries in the world. So there are also some Jewish people, Israelis, who are for the two-state solution. Many of them want to end this hostage ordeal. They are begging Netanyahu to stop this carnage and get the hostages home, where we want to see them also safe, as our people will be safe from the bombardment that is taking place on every day, killing children, mosques, churches, and what have you. Everybody wants this war to end, because this is crazy. When is Netanyahu going to understand that this is against humanity, what he is doing, and that there is no way out of this quagmire is to accept the recognition of the state of Palestine and to stop this war? Because Israel, the public opinion in Israel is shifting, and the opposition is shifting towards, reconciliation basically with the Palestinian people. They see children are dying. They see the weaponization of humanitarian aid and food, in trying to make the children suffer. What can we do more than this? Is another 100,000 will quench the thirst of blood for Mr. Netanyahu and his government? Where do we stand in terms of democracy that he is alleging that Israel is a democratic entity? Where is this democracy? This is the utter hypocrisy. You cannot be democracy and at the same time occupying 7 million people who are struggling to have their own independence.
So, Jake, if you don't agree with the concept of a Palestinian state, what's the alternative? What's the solution here to this ongoing continuous border dispute?
Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that I don't believe in a Palestinian state. I would like to see a safe and secure Palestinian state, absolutely. I would like to be totally clear about that. Unfortunately, however, it would need to be a state that renounces terrorism, renounces support for terrorism, recognises Israel not just by paying lip service, but properly and genuinely, and wishes to extend the hand of peace to Israel. And those things are not forthcoming. At the moment, we see it becoming increasingly a client state of Iran, infested with terror. Of course, in Gaza, it's explicitly run by terrorists. It's a terrorist enclave. And on the West Bank, as I've said, Mahmoud Abbas, who is enjoying the 21st year of his 4-year term, pays money, continues to pay money, rewards from public funds to anybody convicted of terrorism. And textbooks in Palestinian schools continue to incite anti-Semitic hatred. The state media continue to incite anti-Semitic hatred. Mahmoud Abbas himself has a PhD in Holocaust revisionism. Just before October the 7th, by the way, he made a speech, which you might remember, where he said that Hitler did not kill the Jews because they were Jews, but simply because they were engaged in usury. This is the sort of people we're talking about. And from Israel's point of view, there's no way that it can withdraw to the 1967 borders, give a state to this sort of rabble, and then, I'm not talking about rabble as in the Palestinian people, but the leadership. I have only respect for the Palestinian people, I should make that very clear as well, and expect security to be withheld. Unfortunately, what would happen is October the 7th would happen again and again and again, as Hamas has explicitly said that it intends to do. And so, therefore, I think that the solution right now can't be this sort of state under these circumstances. Maybe there are other ways forward. Maybe there are ways, the leaders in Hebron talked about breaking off from the Palestinian Authority and forming separate peace with Israel on a clan basis. That could be a way forward, perhaps in the longer run. But at the moment, it's an impasse, unfortunately, caused by Palestinian rejectionism and embrace of terrorism.
Can I respond to him, please?
Please.
Yes. First of all, you are accusing a president that has signed security arrangements with Israel. And you tell me how many times the Palestinians have defied that security arrangement in the West Bank. You're talking about a pragmatic president who have been choosing between the constraints that Israel has been putting upon. You're talking about a president who have been trying not to unleash the West Bank, you know, with the resistance against, and he's talking about peaceful resistance, never armed resistance. You're talking about a president who has accepted the two-state solution through the Oslo Agreement and said that both peoples could live side by side. You're talking about a president who believed in democracy. We're trying to hold elections in the occupied territories. Israel has been circumventing that because they don't want our people in Jerusalem, you know, to go and vote. We're talking about reforms. We have done the reforms in our books. We have been funded by the Europeans because they checked our books and they have seen that there are no incitements there, and still you are using the old rhetoric of incitements, terrorism, and what have you. What do we have with Iran? How dare you consider, you know, the West Bank, you know, being a puppet to Iran and what have you? We are Sunni Muslims. We have nothing to do with Iran. Iran has its own agenda in the Middle East. President Abbas has never, ever accepted to be part and parcel of what is going on in southern Lebanon. So don't try to smear the image of our president as being a terrorist. He has extended his hand so many times to Netanyahu and to others. We almost had an arrangement in 2008, you know, with Olmert at that time, you know, when he was prime minister. So you negate all these activities. And now you dub even President Abbas and the leadership in the West Bank as terrorists while we are controlling all kinds of security arrangements so as to make sure the soldiers that are lost in the West Bank, we take them and give them to the Israelis. We don't take them hostages as you are claiming that we are terrorists. I mean, you know, this rhetoric is absurd and rubbish, sir. I don't respect what you talk about my president, neither about, you know, the Palestinian people in general. And don't be a hypocrite by saying that, yes, you want a state of Palestine. No, people like you want Eretz Israel that will extend beyond the West Bank, go to Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Syria, and Lebanon. This is the actual Zionist project, and don't be shy from this because everybody knows this. That's why the international community has been saying enough is enough for Israel. And I hope that they will start sanctioning Israel, boycotting them, no trade relations. And this is when I believe that the concretization of an independent Palestinian state will come through.
We're sort of opening up onto what we want to talk about in our third and final segment, which is how does this actually be implemented? How does it look? Who governs a Palestinian state? How do we make it from words to reality? Simply saying that a country recognises Palestine is one thing, but to put those words into action is something entirely different. Because for many countries, there are caveats included in their recognition, and that also includes the removal of Hamas from Gaza and potentially the installation, in some cases, of peacekeeping forces, two things that Hamas has previously said it would not accept. So, Senator Wu, let's bring you in on this, because I know there are caveats to Canada's recognition as well. Can a Palestinian state be implemented without Hamas agreeing to disarm and move out of Gaza?
Well, that's not the condition under which Canada, anyway, has recognized Palestine. Canada has imposed a condition that Hamas not be part of the leadership, that it disarm entirely, and that the Palestinian Authority have some sort of a governance reform and elections.
But if Hamas is saying it's not willing to relinquish its control, how do you see a Palestinian state going forward?
Well, to work with the Palestinian Authority, I mean, that is the only way that can be done. And this is why I say the approach that the Canadian government and the British and the French are taking seem very unrealistic to me. And I would rather see them take action to stop the slaughter immediately. But recognition of the Palestinian state, I think, adds ammunition for more concrete actions, such as the sort the ambassador has talked about. Full sanctions, for example, embargoes on trade, sanctions on cabinet ministers, all of the cabinet, rather than just the extremists. These are the new tools, I think, that recognition of the Palestinian state has given to Canada, at least, maybe not for Britain and France.
Mm-hmm. Ambassador, I mean, Jake has raised some concerns about the legitimacy of the Palestinian government at this current point in time. I mean, if Hamas says it will continue to have a presence in Gaza, the PA doesn't want it to. I mean, how does this actually go from words in the UN General Assembly to actual reality on the ground?
First of all, the international community and the United States should empower the Palestinian leadership in the occupied territories, which means that they should empower President Abbas to come forward and give him the opportunity to come to Gaza and try basically to start from there after the dust settles. Now, we have conditions for Hamas to be part and parcel of this political system. The quartet has conditions. First of all, the recognition of the state of Israel. If Hamas meets the 4 conditions, and that there should be no military kind of action, violence should be stopped aside. These are conditions that even the Palestinian leadership has adopted when they became part and parcel, of the global recognition of the PLO. So we are putting the same conditions on Hamas. If Hamas does not want to recognize the state of Israel as a faction, that's fine. But if they want to be part and parcel of a future government, a democratic government based on elections, they should accept the 4 conditions. They should accept that the Palestinian state should be on the borders of 1967. So we have put also our conditions on Hamas. And if Hamas does not want to deal with that, then we will see what the outcome will be. But first of all, our interest is to stop this war. And then politics come later, negotiations come later, concessions come later, reconciliation comes later. But we don't just take an excuse of what Hamas believes or doesn't believe. Even if Hamas gives up its arms, Hamas is not going to be obliterated, because Hamas is an ideology. It says Islamic fundamentalism. It will never reconcile with secularism as the PLO has been for the last, 40 years. So let us not put the cart before the horse and assume that, if Hamas does this, Hamas does that. Also, Hamas is tired of the war. Hamas also have been targeted, have been killed, have been assassinated, have no control over Gaza anymore. So, why do you talk on one side of the war and not the other? Who has the power to stop the war? Hamas or the state terrorism of Israel? I will ask this question.
Jake?
Well, I'll answer it if you like. Hamas has the power to end the war by releasing the hostages. Do you have any other questions?
No.
I mean, I note it's interesting that you're equally unable to.
Let me tell you what Hamas will do. Although I'm not Hamas, I don't speak on part of Hamas. Hamas has nothing to do with me. I'm a secular Palestinian nationalist who believe in the national rights of the Palestinian people. Let me tell you this. If tomorrow Israel stops the bombing and starts withdrawing from Gaza City as a gesture for having reconciliation, I think Hamas is ready to give up the 40 hostages.
Okay, all right. Well,
we'll see.
Good.
We'll see.
Good. I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting that you're equally unable to condemn your corrupt, brutal, authoritarian anti-Semite of a president as you are to condemn October the 7th. Both of those I condemn.
I don't condemn my president.
No,
and we
exactly.
are not
That's
terrorists.
the
Your
point.
settlers are terrorists. Your
Yes, no,
settlers are terrorists, not the Palestinian people. We are not infringing on their rights. They are infringing on our rights, grabbing land, killing people, acting like gun home mentality. And you're talking about my president who have been collaborating with Israel in terms of security, and you tell me that he's a terrorist? Come on, man.
None of it justifies the killing of hundreds of thousands of civilians.
Let's give Jake a right of reply. Jake,
None of
go
it
ahead.
justifies.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being
Well, I was saying that
ranting from. Please, after you, sir.
None of it justifies the killing of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. Whatever you may say about corruption and advocacy of acts that you don't condone, Israel has gone well beyond its right of self-defense, and that's what we need to focus our attention. That has to be put to an end.
Can I just respond with one sentence?
Very, very quickly, Ambassador. I want to give Jake the right of reply.
Quick, and I will stop. One simple question to you. Prime Minister Netanyahu, for selfish reasons, because he is corrupt and he will be indicted as soon as this war is over. Don't preach me about corruption while the Prime Minister of Israel is corrupt. Hundreds of thousands of people are being maimed and killed because of his selfish motive of prolonging this war in order to avoid being indicted once this war is over. The Jews, I respect them, and I respect the Israelis, that they don't let corrupt people like Netanyahu and others to get off the hook. And this is my answer to you. So don't dare to talk about my president being corrupt. The Prime Minister of Israel is corrupt.
Okay, Jake, I'm going to give you a chance to respond to all those comments. I also want to ask you a question. Before he left to have his time at the UN General Assembly, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in a statement, a Palestinian state will not be established west of the Jordan River. He was very adamant that under his watch there would be no Palestinian state. So, I mean, it takes two to come to a peaceful agreement, doesn't it?
Yes, it would take two to come to a peaceful agreement, of course, yes.
So is it disappointing then to hear that the Prime Minister is not willing to have a dialogue?
Well, I mean, I think that what we're seeing really is the manipulation of world opinion by Hamas and by their propaganda, which has been shamefully picked up by the United Nations, by the world's great swathes of the world's media, by hostile actors on social media and activists in Islamist organizations around the West, and they've made a war of self-defense which is legitimate, carried out without any choice by Israel, and presented it as a genocide. Hamas really started this war with propaganda in mind. It didn't think that it would be able to beat the IDF or win. It knew that its civilians would be killed. That was the whole point of the war, to place civilians in harm's way. Let's not forget that every single civilian in Gaza could fit in the terror tunnels under the ground and be safe from bombardment, but not a single one has been allowed in because Hamas wishes them to suffer, to experience death, injury, and so forth for the benefit of the world's media, to influence people like our Canadian senator friend to believe their propaganda and think that Israel is carrying out some kind of genocide, when actually what we are seeing is a legitimate war against a jihadi enemy that would kill him if it got its hands on him too. The West has been persuaded, unfortunately, to side with its own enemies, to side with the forces of jihad, which would overcome its own interests if it could as well. And so this kind of moral inversion, where a liberal Western-style democracy in the Middle East, the only democracy in the Middle East, is being pilloried as genocidal and exterminatory and all the other things, slurs which have been around almost since the beginning of Israel's existence. And the side which launched the war, which still refuses to give up the hostages, which everyone seems to have conveniently forgotten about, is being lauded as some kind of resistance and rewarded with the state. It's been celebrating in the streets these past couple of days. It's deplorable, and I can't believe that I'm the only person making this argument here today.
Can I respond very quickly, please?
Very briefly, and then we'll wrap up, Ambassador.
Yes. I want to ask Jake. Millions, hundreds of millions have been on the streets of Europe, America, Canada, Australia. Every single human being there had been raising the Palestinian flag and saying, "Free Palestine." Have you seen a green flag or any kind of chanting for the support of Hamas?
Yes.
Why do you just take Hamas and you are neglecting the entire Palestinian people that have been thirsty to have their own independence?
Listen, as I said before, I'm completely a supporter of a Palestinian state, but under conditions which are reasonable for Israel's security.
I'll give you a final word, Senator Wu, before we wrap up.
Well, under those conditions and under the disingenuous arguments that Jake and his Israeli friends are putting forward, there will never be a Palestinian state. Let's be clear about it. So let's not be subject to false arguments about.
Sorry, Senator. Hamas, you are a politician. You must choose corruption. You must choose your words. Excuse me. You must choose your words carefully. What leads you to describe what I've been saying in earnest and in sincerity as disingenuous? What evidence do you have that could possibly suggest that you could reasonably back up that allegation? It seems like quite an ad hominem, shameful allegation to me.
The idea that somehow, if Hamas were only a little different, if Hamas would only give up its hostages, if they would only accede to all of the requests that are being put on them by Israel, there would be peace and that a Palestinian state would emerge. I do not believe that to be true.
I didn't make that argument.
I do not believe that to be true at all. And while I accept that you believe in a Palestinian state, I think you're being unrealistic. And you're misleading.
I did not make. You're putting words in. I would like to say I did not make that argument, and I would like you to withdraw the allegation that I've been disingenuous, for which you have no evidence at all.
I invite you to clarify, and I will be happy to listen to your clarification and to accept that. Please do.
Well, the ambassador asked me if I thought that there was a way that Hamas could end the war, and I said yes, it could end the war by releasing the hostages. That's a perfectly legitimate position, which I think you would probably agree with. But I would like you to withdraw the allegation that I've been. I would like you to withdraw the allegation that I've been disingenuous, for which you have no evidence whatsoever. As a politician, you should be ashamed of making such an ad hominem attack on me.
What I would say is that the belief that the war would end and Israel would stop its atrocities and its expansionism only because Hamas would release the hostages, I believe to be untrue. Whether that's disingenuous or not, I'm happy to take it back. But I believe that assertion, which I think accurately reflects your view, that assertion is false. And that's my opinion. We can disagree.
So we have a difference of opinion, which you have framed as...
We do have a difference of opinion.
So you've taken it back, and thank you for that.
Gentlemen, I wish we had more time because I feel like there is so much more we can discuss, but unfortunately we are going to have to leave it there. But I appreciate all of your diverse perspectives and points of view. Your time is valuable to us here on Counterpoints, and we always enjoy having a robust discussion. Thank you to our guests, Yuan Pao Wu, independent Canadian senator from British Columbia, Jake Wallace-Simons, author and Daily Telegraph columnist, and Professor Manuel Hassassian, the Palestinian ambassador to Denmark. Thank you to all of you for being on Counterpoints.
Thank you.
And as always, thank you to you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok to catch more spicy debates like that one. We'll see you next time.
To take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenhotep III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you will see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Zelenskyy warns that Russia aims to expand the war beyond Ukraine as he urges more international military support. Iran vows it will never seek nuclear weapons and slams Israel at the UN. And the Duchess of York's spokesperson claims she was trying to protect her daughters when she sent an email apologising to paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy told the UN General Assembly that Russia is looking to expand its war beyond Ukraine. He warned that Russian drones are already flying across Europe and called for more military aid to help Kyiv defend itself. Zelenskyy stressed no one can feel safe right now, as he urged international support to stop Moscow's aggression. Here's more of what he had to say.
Yesterday we had a good meeting with President Trump, and I also spoke with many other strong leaders, and together we can change a lot. Yes, much depends on the G7 and G20, but in the end, peace depends on all of us, on the United Nations. So don't stay silent while Russia keeps dragging this war on. Please speak out and condemn it. Please join us in defending life and international law and order. People are waiting for action.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who joins us from Surrey. Michael, let's start with you. We just saw Volodymyr Zelenskyy there addressing the UN General Assembly, a strong message from the Ukrainian president. But what really stood out for you when you were watching that?
What surprised me the most to start off with is that he spoke in English. Mm-hmm. And I think, and I don't want to sound like a colonialist, but to my ear, it added a little bit of gravitas to his presentation. Mm-hmm. That he wanted to use a language that certainly the American audience would understand. And I felt like he was trying to direct so much of what was happening to the Americans as well as to Western Europe. And English would be the language that many would understand. But he also said something that, the expression that stood out to me was weapons decide who survive, mm-hmm. who survives. And he's talking about we can have wonderful conversations and Donald Trump can make a complete U-turn on his foreign policy when it comes to Ukraine and Russia. But without the backing of that, it is going to fall short. And it harkens back to Mao Zedong, who in 1927 said something very similar, where he said political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. And that idea that you have to support your words with real concrete actions, and that's one of the things that he's been trying to get Donald Trump to do for so long, which is to support us with more weapons so that we're in a better position to fight the Russians.
And Isabel, I don't know what you thought of Zelensky's speech and if you agree with a lot of what Michael had to say there.
Yeah, I think not only was he speaking in English, a language that we can understand, but certainly here in Europe, a lot of people will be speaking and understanding the same language when it comes to the threat. He spelled out very, very clearly that Ukraine is simply the first. If Russia isn't stopped now, we will all be affected. And we are, as he was pointing out, beginning to see that happening in real time. The European aviation is under serious threat at the moment. We've had countless incidents in the last week alone. Just to list a few, we had those Russian jets into Estonia. We've had issues with drones in Oslo and Copenhagen. We've had a number of critical airports affected by cyber attacks, Heathrow, Berlin, all with links to Russia. And he said the world is simply moving too slowly. And because of this incredible technology, it is actually not even countries with huge and deep pockets that can cause untold harm, but he pointed to North Korea and the capability with drones to cause serious threats. So I think it was a very serious speech that he gave. I think he struck a note that President Trump missed yesterday, even though there were far fewer people gathered to listen to what he had to say. Whereas President Trump used it as an opportunity to pat himself on the back, to pitch himself as a peacekeeper and talk about his own positions. We were reminded quite clearly today from Zelenskyy exactly what the concerns are. And I think something that stood out for me was his point now that actually it was far cheaper to try and stop Putin now than to build critical infrastructure, kindergartens and whatever it might be underground. And he was really just calling really for us to be united.
And what I did find interesting is you spoke about the drones there, Isabel, but almost part of what Zelenskyy was saying in that UN General Assembly speech was he was selling his technology. And I thought that was pretty fascinating. He actually said that we have the technology, we have the experience from the war to shore up fragile relations with foreign partners. He was saying we have this technology. Yes, we have had stringent export rules in place while the war is going on, but we can relax those and we can help you and we can protect your countries, which I thought was really fascinating.
Well, I think, the Ukrainians have had 3.5 years of, I wouldn't say being on their own, but they've had to figure out a way to make this work. And I don't believe that there would have been too many people who would have said this war would have gone on for 3.5 years. It also reminded me a little bit of Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, just the other day, where he talked about, as the international community was coming together to recognize Palestinian statehood, he was saying this is not something that we're comfortable with. We're comfortable sort of turning inward and being more self-sufficient. And that's something that the Ukrainians have had to do. And now the president is saying we've been so self-sufficient. We struck deep into Russia with the drone attack several months ago. We are prepared to start opening up for business so that, what's really interesting right now is that you have fighter jets which cost millions of dollars. But drones will cost thousands of dollars. And they can be almost as effective as a fighter jet could be.
And I think a lot of people have said this, Isabel, about the war in Ukraine. We don't need tanks anymore. The drone technology is really so far ahead and way more effective in many ways. But let's just touch a little bit, Isabel, on Donald Trump, because he seemed to have this massive shift yesterday after meeting Zelenskyy on the sidelines of the UN, and it surprised many people.
Yes, well, I mean, that's the nature of President Trump, isn't it? And, you can't rely on that support, whereas you could sense that President Zelenskyy was buoyed by the support this time that he received from his trip to to the United States. It wasn't the case last time he was there, and of course, he will be very cautious about accepting that support. And President Trump suggesting that we should be shooting Russian aircraft out of the sky if they come into NATO territory was also quite a surprise to military experts as well. And of course, the consequences of that would be, many people would suggest, World War III. So we need to take it with a pinch of salt. That being said, we've had the incident with the Spanish aircraft. The defense secretary or defense minister was flying to Lithuania, and their aircraft was interfered with. GPS encryption protected it from being damaged, but the Russians are being held in suspicion. The aircraft was flying near to Russian territory in Kaliningrad, which was on the way to Lithuania. So, Putin is acting with impunity. He is at the moment doing whatever he pleases. And, Zelenskyy just really wanted to make that point. And I think he did make it, that we're all moving too slowly and we need to come together. President Trump making this big U-turn, but, will that last? Will that loyalty remain? It's hard to say.
But also, Michael, he criticised Russia. He did say that they were a paper tiger, and the Kremlin wasn't impressed by this at all, were they?
No, and I think it's one of those situations where you get older white men who seem to have a fairly fragile ego if you hit them in the right spots. And for whatever reason, normally that would have been something that the Russians would have brushed off. But for whatever reason, in this particular case, they made the point that Russia is associated with the bear, and there's no such thing as a paper bear. And they didn't like that insinuation that maybe they don't have the teeth that they once thought, Donald Trump thought, at least, that they had. But it was interesting to see that their reaction to that, when in the past they wouldn't have been bothered by some of Donald Trump's comments.
But what I also find interesting is Michael, Isabel and myself, we're all having this conversation, but the reality is we're 3.5 years into this war and we still don't seem closer to a resolution at all. And I don't know what you think, Isabel, but we saw Donald Trump in Alaska with Vladimir Putin, and the negotiations on a possible ceasefire have stalled. Yes, lots of words at the UN, but nothing concrete yet, and people are still losing their lives on the front line.
Yes,
and in this
we
war.
saw President Trump rolling out the red carpet for a man accused of, war crimes and wanted by the International Criminal Court, and he perhaps naively believed that his special relationship with Putin would bring an end to the war, and certainly that ties in with his ambitions for a Nobel Peace Prize. But Putin's not having any of it, as has been made perfectly clear. And I think, Trump's increasingly frustrated, feels let down by Putin, and is therefore giving his support more to Ukraine, and even suggesting that much of their territory could be recovered with American support, which again is a huge change in tack. And it isn't just Trump. We should point out reports this evening that Sergei Lavrov and Marco Rubio have spent an hour in side meetings at the United Nations General Assembly this evening discussing what's been talked about over the last couple of days. And, there is reason for hope. Talking is always good, but, I'm afraid I remain very cynical that this is going to come to an end swiftly.
And I don't know what you think, Michael, but has the penny dropped for Donald Trump when it comes to Vladimir Putin? Europe have been saying this for a really long time.
I think this is one of the issues that you face when you don't have a strategy. And I've said this before. Donald Trump has talked about how he negotiates with his gut, how he wants to. He had said before the summit in Alaska he wanted to look into Vladimir Putin's eyes, and within a few minutes he would know if he would have a deal or not. And when you don't have a concrete strategy that's clearly laid out you run into a situation where people will recognize that there are opportunities to maybe get you to come over to their side. And if this was any other president, I think we would be talking about how U.S. foreign policy has done a complete U-turn in 24 hours. And with Donald Trump, it just seems as though it's another day.
And he just kind of came out yesterday with that Truth Social post that nobody was expecting. I think it overshadowed his speech at the UN General Assembly, which a lot of people were probably relieved about. But Isabel, if we just touch on one other thing I thought was quite interesting, is Donald Trump really attacked the Russian economy and almost said economically the Kremlin has now been pushed into a situation that it can't get out of because it's been on a war footing for 3.5 years. And I wonder if this now signifies that maybe sanctions on India and the moves that Donald Trump has made is now actually starting to affect Russia more than we thought.
Russia's financial situation is hugely fragile. Of course it is. I mean, they have been running this war machine now, as you say, for years. And whether or not Putin thought it would be much quicker, I think he really did. But it will just push him towards China. You know, if he feels that he's running out of cash, that the sanctions are too much of a stranglehold, that Europe's not buying enough of their oil, because let's not forget, Trump also said that yesterday, that we're funding our own war by buying Russian oil. You know, then we are pushing them in the other direction. And, you know, that's something that we also should be concerned about.
Don't know what your thoughts are, because yes, the European countries are buying energy from Russia, and Donald Trump did speak about that. But then the US is also buying $3 billion plus a year in energy products from Russia too. So it's a very difficult situation for all countries to be in.
Yeah, but there are different ways, I think, that you could hit the Russian economy or Russians or Vladimir Putin, other than just the way that Donald Trump talks about, you know, the buying of the oil by China and India and whoever else. You know, we've discussed this before. There are, I think it's $700 billion in assets, Russian assets, in G7 countries. And why not hold on to those, give those to the Ukrainians? You know, thinking outside the box is something that Donald Trump does very well. And maybe in this particular case, instead of saying another couple of weeks or another month, why not make a bit of a radical decision? Radical for others, maybe not so radical for Donald Trump, and say to Vladimir Putin, but he has to hold to it, you've got 48 hours, this is what we're going to do. And that's where I think he could affect change much faster, certainly on a timeline that Donald Trump might be happy with, and certainly the Ukrainians would be. But he doesn't seem comfortable. When he's at the podium, it's as though it's him against the world. But one-on-one, he doesn't seem as though he is comfortable taking those hard stands where maybe he's going to have to be aggressive with the person he's sitting across from.
Yeah, really interesting. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Isabel and Michael. Let's move on to the fallout from Trump's speech in New York yesterday. And Isabel, let's talk a little bit about Escalator-gate, because really it has been so widely spoken about today. And many people are blaming the UN for potentially sabotaging Donald Trump, but the UN are actually blaming Donald Trump's team.
Things are really escalating. Do you know what? I was reading all about how disgruntled the United Nations are with the Trump administration yesterday morning, not least because they've been withholding funds since he came to office in January. There's all sorts of issues about how when the money does finally come in, it's actually ring-fenced and has to be spent within a certain period of time, and that time is passed up already, so they can't get their hands on the cash. It's a sort of loophole that Trump is exploiting, and the United Nations are incredibly frustrated. He has repeatedly and persistently undermined the work of the United Nations. We know that he isn't particularly interested in human rights. He's America first. He's got his own agenda. And so a lot of people there really strongly actually hate President Trump. And there was talk that there might be something like this take place. I even read the exact scenario yesterday morning, that there was talk that they might say, well, because there have been so many cuts, we can't afford the electricity, we'll turn off the escalator. And sure enough, we saw the First Lady and President Trump taking a step onto the escalator yesterday, and it went completely still, whilst the others were still moving. Now, the Secret Service, we were told today, were brought in to investigate this, and his teleprompter was also affected, and he said in his speech that whoever was responsible for that was going to be in big, big trouble. But it turns out, according to the UN spokesperson anyway, that it was actually a member of President Trump's own team who pressed the button to stop the sort of stopping mechanism, if you like, at the top of the escalator. And so there's lots of finger pointing about whose fault it is. I think possibly the White House would like to accept that version of events to save face. But I think it's highly suspicious that I had read this exact scenario and then it was fulfilled. So, you know, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. There are a lot of disgruntled people there trying to just, in a sort of petty way, show them what they think of him.
I must say one thing about that, when I look at the footage, is Melania, it stopped and she carried on going. She had her heels on. She was not going to be any part of the drama. And I was like, that woman is absolutely incredible. She's got a great work ethic, actually. She's always behind Donald Trump in many senses. She's a strong character.
She absolutely is. If you look at her history, how she's ended up in the White House, she has a mind of her own. She might not speak out as much as people might like or as much as other first ladies have, but you can tell that she has a strong character. And in a situation like that, I'm not going to stand around here. We have to go to the top. I'm walking myself.
Yeah, absolutely formidable. But I also want to talk a little bit about Michael. So Donald Trump yesterday, in his UN speech, it was almost incredible that he mentioned the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, in a big global speech. And now Sadiq Khan has hit back at Donald Trump. You know, what's been going on between these two?
So I think it goes back to when Donald Trump came to London about a decade ago, where Sadiq Khan was the mayor at the time, and he allowed for an inflatable of Donald Trump depicted as a baby to be flown while Donald Trump was in town. He took great offense to that, as somebody with an ego might. And as a result of the speech yesterday by Donald Trump at the UN, Sadiq Khan came out and he said that, Donald Trump, he called him a racist, a sexist, a misogynist, and Islamophobic. And it's interesting when you have a political leader who does not have to pay fealty to the President of the United States. It seems as though that person can get away with speaking his or her mind. And that's exactly what Sadiq Khan said. In fact, he went one step further and he said that I seem to be living rent-free in Donald Trump's head.
And Isabel, you were in London yesterday, and obviously Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London. What happened? What was the feeling on the ground, as they say?
Well, there was laughter. I was actually with the former Chancellor, Philip Hammond, and the former leader of Ireland, Prime Minister there, the Taoiseach, Leah Varadkar, and both of them were talking about it. And, they were actually just laughing, saying at this point, it was sort of incredulity. And so insulting, really, to come over on his second state visit and, take advantage of all of our hospitality and then to defame the city's, the country's capital in that way. I mean, total nonsense that the capital's living under Sharia law, and really unnecessary. Exactly, this was an opportunity for President Trump to try and bring peace, if that's what he's so interested in, and instead it was sort of childish, mudslinging.
But it is interesting because the beef between the two men has been going on for so long. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And Typhoon Ragasa has ripped through Hong Kong after leaving a trail of destruction in Taiwan and also the Philippines. The deadly storm is now hurtling towards southern China, as Camille Nedelec reports.
Scenic Hualien County left in a mess, with grey sludge blanketing much of the landscape after Ragasa tore through Taiwan. Many people remain missing following the deluge. In Guangfu Township, some took cover at an elementary school.
So we spent the entire night on the second floor waiting for the rescue team. Early in the morning, the rescue team arrived and took away the elderly and the children first, while we stayed behind. The reason we came here around noon is because, while we were still at home, we received another notice saying there had been another round of overflow. So we came here with the rescue team by car.
The typhoon made its way towards Hong Kong next. Hurricane-force winds whipped up waves that pounded coastlines and flooded the streets. Typically busy promenades were emptied out as people took cover, while trees swayed violently. Many of them were ripped down.
Rescue teams across the Hong Kong territory have been deployed to clear away debris and uprooted trees like the one behind me. And that's because the race is on to get Hong Kong up and running again. In a major financial hub such as this one, time is money.
The storm's expected to make landfall in southern China overnight. Reports say nearly 1.9 million people were relocated across Guangdong province. Schools, factories and transport services were also suspended in about a dozen cities. Super Typhoon Mangkhut, which struck in 2018, is estimated to have cost Hong Kong close to $600 million in economic losses. It's too early to say what the total toll of Gaza might take. But weather experts say global warming may be responsible for more frequent typhoons in Asia.
Because of global warming, you will have more moisture in the atmosphere, and water temperature is also high, and therefore you would expect to have once the storm develops, it has more energy. And so you can expect the storm to become even more intense in the future.
Meaning more destruction and devastation, unless there's a solution to the problem. Camille Nedelec, Arabiya English, Hong Kong.
Now, the Duchess of York's spokesperson has claimed she was trying to protect her daughters when she sent an email apologising to paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Michael, what is the latest on the story? Because it's been rumbling for the last couple of days, really.
So the latest is that the Duchess of York has been dropped by 7 charities. Okay. That's the news line. Now, beyond that, we have a spokesperson, James Henderson, who has come out trying to give a little bit more of the backstory as to why the Duchess would have reacted the way that she did and why she said what she said. Of course, to me, it kind of feels as though there's a little bit of events have unfolded. You bring in the experts to talk about how you can present those facts to the public so that everybody seems to be believing what's been happening. And that's, I think, where we are now. The spokesperson has come out and he has said that the Duchess has been acting the way that she acted all those years ago was to protect her children and to protect her family, the two most important things to her. And that all, I think, is believable, but it doesn't really address the reasons why a certain emails or comments would have been said by the Duchess towards someone who is convicted of trafficking.
And I think, Isabel, if I'm correct, one of the big scandals is the Duchess of York actually publicly said she was no longer going to have anything with Jeffrey Epstein. And now an email has been leaked from 2011, 2 years after she made that statement, calling Jeffrey Epstein a supreme friend. And this is what's causing all the controversy. What's gone wrong? Does she just have bad judgment? Was she looking for money? What do we know?
Well, it's impossible to know what was going on in her head when she sent that email, but we know she does have a history of, where it comes to financial decisions, getting herself into hot water. Let's not forget she was involved in a cash for access scandal, for example. The author Andrew Lowney's recently brought out a book called Entitled, and he described her as getting into a loop of debt, excessive spending, and then risky attempts to try and raise that money. Now, she was lent £15,000 by Epstein. Clearly he was a bit of a cash cow to her, and then she'd said publicly that she abhorred paedophilia, and she renounced him, and then was fawning in private. So she has been dropped by 7 charities that she was patron of, including the Teenage Cancer Trust that she had been working with for 35 years, even through some of her lowest points, toe-sucking incidents, all the incidents with her ex-husband as well. She still had these patronages. And, you know, she has established herself as a children's author, and I think that that is difficult territory, given that we're talking about, you know, sex offences here that relate to minors. Certainly here in the UK, it will be very difficult, I think, for her reputation to recover from this. Having said that, you know, she has been gaffe prone in the past, and she has bounced back because she has this very bubbly personality. She's very likeable. She has this sense of fun. And since King Charles has come to the throne, there was certainly a thawing of relations there. She'd had her first Christmas at Sandhurst, for example. Sandringham, not at Sandhurst, that's the Officer Training Centre. Sandringham, of course, where the royals all gather for their Christmas festivities, and she had been banned by the Queen for decades. King Charles had invited her back in, and it did seem as though she was back on the path to royal redemption. I think that now she and her ex-husband, who still live together at the Royal Lodge with its multiple bedrooms, 48 or something like that, but they're just going to sort of be more and more isolated, and it's just an embarrassment really for the King and for Prince William. I mean, look at how he was sort of squirming last week outside the funeral of the Duchess of Kent when Prince Andrew was trying to make small talk in front of the cameras. I mean, they are fairly shameless, these two, and they do seem to not really get it, and they do seem to get themselves into these awkward situations. So, yeah, I think she's likeable, but I think this might be a terminal misstep for her.
And, you know, it's quite interesting because we saw Lord Mandelson, recently lose his job as the US ambassador for the UK over the Epstein scandal, over the birthday book that's been brought out. And we're getting more and more information, aren't we, Michael, just leaking slowly into the press. And I wonder right now if people can actually recover from the Epstein stain, because it has just sort of touched so many different parts of society. We're talking about Lord Mandelson, that's politics. We're talking about Prince Andrew and Fergie, that's the royals. I don't know where the end to this is.
I don't think many people know where the end of this is. And this is the scary thing with a scandal, is that it has so many tentacles and it will just reach out. It is interesting that, you know, the files are, according to the megabase, somewhere within the government's archives, and they need to be released. And yet it's the Brits who have suffered the most as a result so far. And the Democrats have an opportunity in the coming months to really press for the release of more and more of whatever may still remain of the Epstein files. I do believe that, you know, there are so many scandals that individuals around the world can recover from. And I think if you look at what happened in the 80s and the 90s with people coming more aware about their sexuality and about drug use, and people would recover and their reputation would be rehabilitated and they would be able to make a comeback. But being accused of pedophilia is one that nobody can recover from. And so as these Epstein files maybe slowly, or at least bits and pieces, are leaking, I think that this is just a few, and I think there will be several more over the coming months and maybe even years.
And Isabel, you know, we talk there that 7 charities have dropped Fergie now in light of this new email that's been leaked to the Mail on Sunday. But what does this mean for the charities? Because we know if they have a royal patron, it brings in funding. It brings in people who want to come to the charity. It actually supports those. So on the other side of this, it's a big loss for the charities itself.
Yes, I mean, she wasn't a member of sort of the working royal family, if you like. You know, she's long divorced from Prince Andrew and hasn't got a title, but she is still working to her credit and has been all this time with several charities. And, you know, in the way I described before, she has a very warm, gregarious, likeable way about her. And, you know, she will have been a huge asset to these organisations, and they will be sad to part ways with her. There's no doubt about it. And, whether they'll be able to find anyone from within the royal family, her daughters, for example, I don't know. But, the whole thing is really unfortunate. And not least, I suppose, the victims of the Epstein families, they're urging charities in America that are linked to her to break association as well. But it's sad for those charities and all the people that benefit from them if it actually impacts their ability to fundraise. She was a great asset for them, and the whole thing's, just a tragedy, really.
And like Isabel did say there, we can't forget the victims when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, we talk about the big figures losing their jobs, but there's a lot more to the story and to the victims, and a lot of them came out in court.
And they have stood, at the steps of Congress in the U.S., where they have stood behind their lawyer, who's represented so many of them. And I wonder if, because they're not getting the reaction and the action from politicians that they want, I wonder, and they can't publicly stand up and say, I was on an island with so-and-so, but they can leak it to the press. And I think that the British press has a little bit of a different take on the way that they practice journalism than the U.S. And I think that might be this might be an indication that as emails are quote unquote leaked, maybe more and more information is leaked over the coming months.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating story. But Isabel, also at the heart of this is a family. If, in many respects, the royals have lost Harry and Meghan. They've been caught up in more than one scandal. Do you think the royal family is still much loved despite these stories that have been coming out?
Yeah, I honestly don't think people in Britain necessarily associate Fergie as being in the sort of heart of the royal family anymore. There is huge affection still for the King, for the Queen, for Prince William and for Princess Kate. And that hasn't changed, and this sort of thing simply makes us feel probably a little bit sorry for them. And how on earth are they going to, how to solve a problem like Prince Andrew and Fergie, frankly. It is a huge problem for them. And I don't know what the answer is. I think I've heard reports today that Fergie is absolutely devastated. I think it's very embarrassing for their daughters. It's not just one parent, but both parents that are creating headlines for all the wrong reasons. And it probably undermines their claim to the throne in a way. They are sort of in line, but I don't know where, about 15th or 16th or something like that. But it makes them look weaker. Just as a nuclear family, it must be very embarrassing for them.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Michael and Isabel, for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Michael and Isabel share their stories of the day. And Michael, yours is a pretty impressive nun celebrating her 105th birthday. Wow.
She has a habit of playing golf on a weekly basis, and that was my pun for the story. So she has been doing this since the 60s, when she was first introduced to golf by some friends. And she goes out on the course on a regular basis, a weekly basis, in fact. On Fridays is what the story indicates. And she has been doing that even though she's legally blind. This is something that she likes the competitive aspect to it, where she gets to learn a little bit more about herself, she says. And she also finds that walking around, well, not walking around so much anymore, she usually drives in the cart, but she finds being on the golf course very meditative. And it's something that she credits for one of the reasons why she's been able to feel as youthful as she does.
I don't find it meditative.
Nor do I.
I find it extremely frustrating.
I agree with that.
It takes you 3 shots to get in the green and 9 shots to get into the hole.
And what's most frustrating about the whole thing, and I play other sports, is that the ball is just sitting there.
I know.
Where the other sports I play, the ball or the puck is moving, but it's just there, and it's you and your mind.
Yes.
And so the meditative aspect, I understand if you're in the zone. When Tiger Woods, when he was doing the Tiger Slam, fine. I get that, definitely. But for a 105-year-old nun who lives in Cleveland, who's legally blind, to find the meditative aspects to it, impressive.
We've got to love her. Isabel, at 105 years old, what would you like to be doing on your birthday? Have you ever thought about it? And what do you think of the nun?
I'll be eating a lot of cake, to be perfectly honest. I would be celebrating with cake and maybe just spraying champagne around. I don't know. I'm not going to see 105, I'm sure of it. And probably because the story I've chosen tonight is about burgers, which is much more up my street, possibly. And, not many people that eat lots of burgers make it to that ripe old age. Do you want me to tell you about it?
Yeah, I was going to say, tell us about the burgers. Go ahead.
So there is a steak award that compiles a list of the best burgers in the world, and in the top 10, the majority are, I'm proud to say, here in London. Now, I actually was quite surprised by that because I sort of associate burgers with the United States. I think probably they invented them. But the number one actually is in Valencia in Spain, which again, you might not expect. It's called the 100 Burger, and it's used with Spanish meat and lots of lovely herbs and all the rest of it. The second is a Bleecker in London, and these burgers, I mean, I don't know if you guys are burger eaters, but the price tags that some of them are charging. Hawksmoor's doing what they call a Big Mat, which is a play on a McDonald's, which comes in at £19.50. Would you pay that much for a burger?
I don't think I would. £19.50, only because I'm not really a burger person, but I don't think that's extortionate at somewhere like Hawksmoor, which, correct me if I'm wrong, it's super fancy, isn't it? It's got really good meats. So I get that. I don't know, Michael, you're from Canada. What's Canada's take on the burger? Is it really popular? Did America invent them? I don't know. Do you know anything about burgers?
So I know burgers in Canada are hugely popular. I haven't eaten meat since the 80s, so I'm not the best person to comment on burgers. But I do know that it was the toughest meal for myself to give up when I made that decision to stop eating meat. And what I loved the most, as my hands sort of form how they would form if I was holding a burger, was the idea of eating a burger rather than the actual taste. For me, growing up as somebody who would barbecue an awful lot with my family, burgers were a time when you came together for a picnic and an outdoor barbecue as well, and it was an idyllic, sort of more innocent time.
I don't know about you. I know that's quite amazing, but Isabel, I don't know about you. Normally, I've had a long night, and that's when I might go to get a burger. Not quite as idyllic as Michael.
Yeah, I think I associate a burger as a sort of guilty treat rather than either something that you save up for or as a sort of wholesome family thing. But I think that's a lovely vision, and actually, in this context of a barbecue, actually I would love to eat a burger, but to me it's not something I'd go to a restaurant for, and I certainly wouldn't be ranking my favourite burgers all the time. But maybe it's a male thing. Certainly my son, my father and my husband all love a burger, whereas I wouldn't be bothered if I didn't eat a burger until I made it to 105.
I would agree with Isabel on that. I'm not bothered about it, but I do know the men, they love them. But thank you so much to our guest today, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who joined us from Surrey. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. GNT is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today. right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we examine President Trump's address to the UN General Assembly, in which he called Russia a paper tiger and said Western countries are going to hell. He also singled out the Mayor of London for criticism in that address. We'll be asking why. Hello and welcome. The US President Donald Trump has expressed support for Ukraine's military efforts. Taking to social media, he suggested that Ukraine could potentially regain all the territory it's lost to Russia with the backing of NATO and European allies. Well, as for Russia, President Trump later dismissed the country as a paper tiger. Well, his comments were made during a bilateral meeting with the French President Emmanuel Macron on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly. Let's take a listen.
It's been a terrible war, should have ended, and Russia should have stopped it. But they've been 3.5 years and they've gotten not so far. So we'll see what happens. But the other side can fight too, and they've proven that. Maybe it could be that Russia's a paper tiger. I don't know what they are, but 3.5 years of fighting and killing everybody, of killing 7,000 people a week.
Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Sir Jeremy Greenstock, who was the UK ambassador to the United Nations from 1998 to 2003. Sir Jeremy, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Good afternoon.
It's been pointed out that President Trump's address at the UN 6 years ago was met with some sniggering, some sort of chortling, and some sort of general air of amusement, and that this time the audience listened very carefully. I don't know if you agree with that, whether that was your observations, and if so, why do you think that is?
I think there was a difference this time round, yes. I think that is largely because since he arrived in the White House in January of this year, he's been doing things. He has had an impact on world trade, on certain theatres of conflict, although not with terrific results yet, on his relationships with allies. We know him a bit better after nearly 5 years in the White House. But the American president carries a lot of power, and he's been amassing perhaps more of that power over the last few months. So people have to pay attention, whether they like what he's saying or not. And they have to show a degree of courtesy, because he tends to punish people who don't. So, yes, people were sitting up and listening, but perhaps they weren't revealing what they were thinking in their own minds.
I mean, you say limited success in his efforts to broker the conclusion to various conflicts around the world, but by his own account, he has personally solved 7 major world conflicts since taking office. So what's wrong with that?
I think he genuinely has a good approach to peace. He doesn't want American forces involved overseas. He doesn't want to be taking over countries and changing them. That's what he says anyway. And I think he does want to end the wars in Ukraine and in Israel-Palestine. And I think that's laudable. I don't believe that results he's claimed will be regarded by historians as fully fitting the facts so far. But the important thing is that he's interested in promoting peace. And let's hope that he continues with that and has more visible success in the months to come.
Now, I saw you on an appearance on another media outlet in the last 24 hours in which you said, sort of words to the effect, you think President Trump got his audience wrong, that he somehow misread the room. And I just wanted to ask you what you meant by that.
Well, I think that much of the world represented in the General Assembly has expectations of the United States in reaching out to poorer countries, in promoting development assistance at a high volume, being very helpful in Africa and other poorer parts of the world, and the removal of American development assistance and the removal of USAID, the organization that distributes that in Washington, has been noted with some alarm. I think that he, in some of what he said, sounded a bit as though he was talking to an American political audience, lauding his own political approach in the White House, denigrating that of his successor. That doesn't really concern the United Nations, a speaker's domestic situation. That's not normally done in the UN General Assembly in September. So I think he misinterpreted to some extent the nature of the occasion and the nature of his audience. He was very scathing about the scientific approach to climate change, which is of huge concern to most members of the General Assembly, and they would have had different views on that. But they listened politely, and they took the man at face value in that meeting. So there was a bit to say on both sides of this argument, I think.
I mean, he was quite scathing of quite a lot of countries and institutions, notably the institution that was hosting him, the UN. He singled out the fact that the escalator to get him, into the building wasn't working. The teleprompter he was supposed to be using wasn't working. And he seemed to suggest that was a bit of a metaphor for the UN in general terms, suggesting that perhaps the whole institution is broken. I mean, do you think he's got a point that perhaps the UN does need a reboot?
I think he was opportunistic in using those two instances as criticism. It was, after all, the White House that was running his teleprompter, his own team, not the UN. And he managed the escalator very well, so did the First Lady. No, I think he's misreading exactly what the UN is there to do. In its politics, and he is very concerned with politics and geopolitics at the moment, the UN is its member states. It's what nation states do in the forum of the UN, collectively and cooperatively, to address conflict, to deal with the sins and deficiencies around the world that the UN has to deal with. The UN Secretariat and the agencies are something quite different. And if the US is not funding those agencies as much as it's done in the past, or withdrawing funding now from some of those agencies, it's not their fault that they're less able to do good work. But I think he was talking more about the politics, and the UN from its inception has always been a forum for member states to do what they can do collectively to address the ills of the world. And I think his criticism was, to that extent, misplaced, because if we didn't have the UN as a forum, we would be shooting each other much more quickly. At least we're talking still, and he's talking at the UN. So he came, didn't he? And he spoke to the assembled company. So it's a mixed picture, and he is critical, and many other people are critical, and institutions, particularly international institutions around the world, probably do fade in their impact if they don't reform. But you mentioned rebooting. It's extraordinarily difficult to get formal reform at the UN. There are too many people who oppose it. So let him make some suggestions, let him seek reform and support it, and we'll see where we can get to.
I just want to ask you about the decision by a number of America's allies, including the United Kingdom, to support the notion of recognizing a Palestinian state. That's all happened in the last week or so. And you were one of 30 diplomats who wrote an open letter calling on the British Prime Minister to do this back in July, I believe. So I'm assuming you're pleased that the British government did that.
Yes, I think that they did the right thing. I think that the Palestinian people deserve that kind of political, if rhetorical, support. It's not going to change the situation on the ground. But in being asked about recognition, I regarded this act of recognition as meaning two important things. One, that the Palestinian people have inalienable rights to a political future, to self-determination under the UN Charter, and that should be supported. And secondly, it's saying to Israel, in the way that you have pursued your campaign against Hamas, you have brought the whole Palestinian people in both Gaza and the West Bank, and indeed amongst the diaspora, into a much more degraded position, and you are threatening to take over those two territories, the occupied territories. That is something the United Kingdom and its friends in doing this will not support, do not support, because the only alternative to a two-state solution is Israeli takeover of those territories, and we do not regard that as either legal or acceptable in international diplomacy. That is a strong statement. And I interpret it in that way because that statement needs to be made in our search for peace and security for both peoples, Israelis and Palestinians, in due course living together in a reconciled two-state solution. And that's what I've always been looking for.
So when you hear President Trump saying things like he said, that recognition of the Palestinian state was simply a reward for Hamas, how do you respond to such a charge?
Well, I don't think it will be a reward for Hamas for long. Yes, Hamas gave a very pleased reaction to those recognition statements, and I can see why. But we are doing it for the Palestinian people, and I don't think that the Hamas leadership have ably served the whole Palestinian people, who are immensely suffering at this moment. Hamas will not be allowed by those states that made those acts of recognition to be part of any future Palestinian state government. They will have to lay down both their political and their military weapons. It's for the Palestinian people we're doing this, not for Hamas. So to bat this off as some reward for Hamas is not seeing the whole picture, and I would say not seeing the more important part of that picture.
OK, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and sharing those thoughts with us. Sir Jeremy Greenstock, former UK ambassador to the UN. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Sergei Markov, who is a former spokesperson for President Putin, who joins me now from Moscow. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure to see you, Mr. Markov. Just listening to what President Trump said at the UN General Assembly, I mean, I could detect a real change in tone towards Russia. And we heard during his visit to the UN headquarters, President Trump calling Russia a paper tiger and saying it's not a real military power. He also said Ukraine could be in a position to win back all of its territory. How is all of that viewed by Moscow, do you think?
In Moscow, first of all, we have been shocked by such dramatic change of the Donald Trump position. But then we understand that now it's more or less consensus in Moscow that a change of rhetoric, but not change of the real policy. This change of the rhetoric happened after meeting with Vladimir Zelenskyy of Donald Trump. And Vladimir Zelenskyy told to Trump that, oh, look, Ukrainian army now going forward, Ukrainian army is quite good, and Russia has a lot of problem in the economy and with in gasoline station, which are talked by Ukrainian drones. And after this, Zelenskyy understood very well there are no chance to get peace deal in Ukraine by such formula which have been suggested by Donald Trump himself. Exchange of the territories to the peace. Ukraine give to Russia rest of the Donbass region, and Russia give to Ukraine the peace deal. Donald Trump understands that this formula doesn't work anymore, that Zelenskyy disagree with this, and this Nobel Peace Prize, it's impossible for Donald Trump to get. That's why Donald Trump, I think, saying to Vladimir Zelenskyy, are you sure that Ukrainian army is so strong? go ahead. Try to crash Russian army who crashed Napoleon Bonaparte and Adolf Hitler. And probably you, Vladimir Zelenskyy, will be more strong than Adolf Hitler and Napoleon Bonaparte. And it was more or less joking from the Donald Trump point of view, we think. And in fact, the most important, United States army will be not directly involved in such war, and policy of Donald Trump toward Ukraine will not change. United States will not give armament to the Ukrainian army. If Europeans want to buy, okay, let them to buy. But United States will be not directly involved in the Ukrainian war anymore. This is not Trump war, this is Biden war. And this is continual, policy will be continual.
Okay, you make a similar point to the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, who said what you said at the beginning, which is that President Trump has changed his tone because of a conversation with President Vladimir Zelenskyy. But aren't you saying, by saying that President Trump doesn't make his own decisions and he simply follows what the Ukrainian president says? That's a bit basic, isn't it?
Yeah, he changed rhetoric because he wants to distance himself. Donald Trump many times told that because he has very friendly relations with Vladimir Putin, he was thinking that it's a good possibility to make a peace deal. Because, as I understand, Donald Trump believes that Vladimir Putin is ready to compromise. And but nevertheless, Donald Trump or Western countries generally, they demand to be compromised from Russia. From our point of view, we already made all this compromise. If Russian army will not take Odessa, Kharkov, Dnipropetrovsk, Nikolaev, Zaporozhye, Chernigov, and Kiev back to Russia, and I should remember you that Kiev was 3 centuries the capital of Russia, it's already a huge compromise. But to have compromise, not stopping political repression against Russian language, political repression against the Orthodox Church, political repression of all Russian culture and identity, such compromise impossible. And now when Trump understands this, he decided to distance himself even more from Ukrainian war. And this is good news for Russia.
It didn't sound like he was distancing himself yesterday. I mean, he's also been trying hard to broker peace between the two sides. But I mean, he's coming to the conclusion, perhaps, that President Putin doesn't seem to want peace. He wants Ukraine, all of it. What do you say to that?
I think, as I understand, the Donald Trump remark in social network is some kind of continuation of the meeting. As I know, Vladimir Zelenskyy told to Donald Trump that Ukrainian army took 160 square kilometers during the last 2 weeks. And Ukrainian army is very successful. And also Ukraine very effectively attacked the Russian economy, and Russians will be in big trouble. I think Donald Trump doesn't believe in this. But Donald Trump's remark was, so if you, Vladimir Zelenskyy, really believe this, go ahead. Try to crash great Russian army. If you will be successful to doing this with support of Europeans, okay, we will accept this. But I think Donald Trump himself, meaning that it's more look like that Russia will crash Ukrainian army. And after a few months, Ukrainian leaders will be more ready for real negotiation.
I mean, I think President Trump was asked about the incursions that Russian aircraft have been making into the airspace of NATO states like Poland, Estonia and Romania. And when asked about that, he was asked, should countries shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter their airspace? And President Trump said, yes, I do. They should do that. I mean, how would you see Russia reacting in a situation like that, where one of their aircraft is shot down in the airspace of one of these NATO member states?
If Russian aviation jet will be shut down by NATO countries, it will be action of war, and Russia will react. Maybe not general, more maybe not right now by nuclear weaponry, but nevertheless, Russia will react by military weapons. I think this is very dangerous development. We see some crazy politicians from the Western countries, specifically from Baltic countries, and who is making provocation. And they provoke some kind of clash. Their goal is to stop Russian so-called shadow oil tanker fleet, which mostly use Baltic Sea aquatorry. And they want to blame some special military condition on Baltic Sea and to organize pirate attacks against Russian shadow oil tanker fleet in Baltic Sea. That's why they believe that Russia will have very big problems in the economy. Of course, it's absolutely not realistic. Russia, a very big country. Russia has very good relations with great economies such as China, India, and Russia will never step down under the pressure of pirate attack, which now planned by Baltic provocative politicians. This is very dangerous. We think that Donald Trump disinformed by Western politicians.
Well, is he disinformed, Mr. Markov? Because, I mean, do you dispute the fact that Russian aircraft have made incursions into the airspace of these NATO countries? And if so, why is it doing it? That's not conducive to peace, is it?
Russian jets didn't violate this airspace of the Estonia and NATO countries. I will say Estonia unilaterally changed its border. Russia never recognized such changing of this border or some not inhabitant around some not inhabitant island in the Baltic Sea. And Russian aviation and ships continue to go as they used to do during previous years. And this decision have been made by Estonian government as provocation. Also, look at the drones on the Poland territory. All Western politicians blame that this is Russia, that Russian army sends their drone to the Polish territory, voluntary or involuntary. We believe that it's not so. This is absolutely sure was Russian-produced drones. But there are no any evidence that they have been started from the Russian territory. And I personally believe that Vladimir Zelenskyy was making such provocation because he had all the hundred of the Russian drones, which previous time was taken from the Ukrainian territory, and then he organized this some kind of quasi-Russian attack against Poland territory. So this is mostly provocation of Vladimir Zelenskyy and Party War of Europe, who want to provoke some clashes connected with Russian aviation space. First of all, their main goal is to make pressure on Donald Trump, and they want Donald Trump to make decision to send anti-rocket missile system to the Poland, to the Baltic countries, and to close the sky, first of all, on the Poland, and second, on the Ukrainian territory.
Okay, Mr. Markov, we've got 20 seconds left. I just want to ask you very quickly, when President Trump says he feels very let down by President Putin, in 20 seconds, how do you think Mr. Putin feels about being described in that way, letting him down?
No, I think Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump has a very friendly relationship because of many, many reasons. They have similar general values, and also Vladimir Putin helped, I think, to Donald Trump in some of the issues, and Donald Trump very much respect Vladimir Putin. There could be some disagreement, but generally it will be no big clashes, and it will be no better relationship between Putin and Trump.
OK, thank you so much for your short answer. We're going to have to leave it there. Sergei Markov, thank you very much indeed. Well, Russia wasn't the only target of President Trump's words. The US president also took aim at the London mayor, Sir Sadiq Khan, during his UN address, calling him, quote, a terrible mayor. Let's take a listen.
And I have to say, I look at London where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law. But you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained.
The US president speaking there, while the London mayor, Sir Sadiq Khan, has hit back, calling President Trump a sexist, a misogynist and an Islamophobe.
I think President Trump has shown he is racist, he is sexist, he is misogynistic, and he's Islamophobic. What it is about this Muslim mayor who leads a liberal, multicultural, progressive, successful city that means I appear to be living rent-free inside Donald Trump's head.
The Mayor of London speaking there. Well, to discuss all of this, I'm joined by Jan Halper-Hayes, who's a former member of President Trump's transition team, now based in London. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us, Jan. We're also joined by the broadcaster and political commentator Matthew Studlin, who also joins us from London. So thank you both very much indeed. Jan, let me start with you. Europe, China, India and Russia were all singled out for criticism by President Trump in that address to the UN General Assembly. So too was the Mayor of London. How did he make his way into the president's speech?
Well, if you had followed Twitter, now X, you would know that they have been having a running social media battle for all these years. That wasn't anything new. They bait each other. It puts them in the news. Donald Trump is not bothered by negative press because you're still talking about him.
OK, I mean, we're all aware that he doesn't like the London mayor. But, Matt, I mean, isn't it slightly surprising that the Mayor of London should be on the mind of the US president to the extent that he gets a special mention at the UN General Assembly? It's all a bit unprecedented, isn't it?
Sadly, it's not surprising, but it is shocking. This was an important set-piece speech by President Donald Trump, a speech in which he could have called for all sorts of serious improvements to the world. But instead, as you say, he allowed himself to deviate towards a petty battle with the Mayor of London. I'm a Londoner born and bred. I've lived here almost all my life, been abroad very briefly during that period. I love my city. It's a great city. I would argue it's got a very strong case for being the greatest city on the planet. Yes, of course, like any city, we have some problems. But the fact, as you say, that the President of the United States makes time in such an important speech to single out the Mayor of London, and even though he's an important figure, the President is obviously punching down here, I think is really, really dispiriting. And I side unequivocally in this spat with my own Mayor of London, for whom I have voted 3 times. And I wouldn't go as far as to use a word like racist towards the president. What I would say is that there have been things he's said over the many years of him being in public life and in public office, indeed that he is the most powerful human being on the planet, that have been dog whistle calls to prejudice. And I'm afraid I think this is just another example to lambast the Mayor of London and immediately segue into saying they want to bring in Sharia law is exactly the sort of remark you would expect of someone who is Islamophobic. And the thing with what Donald Trump has said here and the playbook of people on his side of the political aisle, not everyone by any means, is deniability. And there's just enough wriggle room in that statement for him to deny being Islamophobic. But if you want to know what my impression of those remarks is very, very straightforwardly Islamophobic.
Okay, Jan, I can see you shaking your head there. What have you got to say to Matt's comments then?
Well, I always find we distinguish between liberals in the U.S. and leftists, and this kind of leftist thinking that does not take historical things, does not understand the game that is going on between these politicians. But here's what these leftists do. Instead of making really serious comments, anything that has any substance, they go to name calling. And so then their followers latch onto that. And here we are on a major news show, and we are talking about petty things instead of understanding what's really going on and understanding that just name calling is not a good retort from Sadiq Khan.
So what is really going on then?
Well, I've been explaining the dynamics of it. And when you have the way the leftists think, oh, well, he criticized a Muslim man, so he must be Islamophobic. That is irrational logic. If you just buy into... I didn't interrupt you, sir, and I didn't comment on yours, so please.
Sorry, you are right now commenting on me, suggesting I am a name caller at the same time as calling me a leftist, and you're saying that I am being petty when it is the President of the United States, the most powerful human being on the planet, who is being petty, and not just petty, but deeply bigoted, in my view, towards a Muslim mayor of my city. So I would suggest that you are, to use that oft-used word these days, gaslighting me and gaslighting every member of the audience to this news show.
Okay, Jan,
Thank you for proving my point and accusing me of... I appreciate you validating some of my criticism because you've gone to name-calling of me. And when I made the comment, I didn't interrupt while you were going on. And so I asked you to please not interrupt me. And I often tell people, what is the difference between a shotgun and a leftist? A shotgun only has one trigger. And you told me many of my words triggered you. And that is the point that I'm trying to make.
Okay. Sorry, I haven't been triggered by you. I've got far thicker skin than you seem to give me credit for. What is the issue here is the behaviour and conduct and the language being used by the President of the United States at an important set-piece event, a set-piece speech at none other than the United Nations, and his petty and inflammatory criticism of a Muslim mayor of my city. As I said, I was born and brought up here. I've lived here almost all my adult life. And the idea that we are, or anyone here, is moving towards or going for Sharia law, there is no evidence for that. I'm sure there will be some Muslim members of my city, fellow citizens, who might in an ideal world want Sharia law, and I would reject that. But the idea that anyone in power in London, let alone the Mayor of London, who, by the way, marches in favour of and in support of gay and other minority rights, the idea that he is somehow championing Sharia law is completely dishonest, without any basis in fact. And all you seem to be able to do is accuse me of calling you names, which I haven't done, while call me names such as leftist, when you've never met me before, and I suspect know very little about me in return. It's really poor argument.
I said the leftists. But the thing is that, all right, think back over time since Donald Trump has been a main figure. How many leaders has he outwardly criticized when he has had the cameras on him? And what ultimately ends up happening with their relationship? Either they continue as Sadiq Khan and Trump are, more often than not, they come together. Trump has a strategic strategy. He doesn't do anything off the cuff. So he thought loud and clear, long and hard, and maybe only a couple of minutes, that he was going to make a reference to the mayor of London.
Okay, I want to ask you a quick question, though.
Can I just quickly respond?
Go ahead, Matt. Go ahead, Matt.
To suggest that Donald Trump does nothing, your words, off the cuff, is patently deniable by what happened during this very speech, in which the teleprompter broke down and Donald Trump embraced speaking off the cuff. He is known, as far as I'm concerned, for speaking off the cuff and going off script. To suggest otherwise is patently absurd.
Okay, let me just ask a quick question. I mean, clearly, Jan, London's a very international city, and evidence of that is the fact that you live there, you spend a lot of your time there. And one of the points that the Mayor of London made, Sir Sadiq Khan, he said that record numbers of Americans are actually coming to live in London. I mean, that suggests that, you know, not everyone dislikes the direction London is going in. I mean, what's wrong with the direction London's going in? And I'd love to get your point of view as an American who lives there.
Okay, I would not phrase it as what's going wrong with London. What are some of the problems that the media focuses on and gives people an impression that it could be worse than it is? The one thing has been the knives. Crime has gone up. Crime is a big issue around the globe for politicians to deal with. But I've been here 24 years. My son died here, sadly, and people thought I would leave. I just flew in, and as my ride came home, I thought about how much I love London. Every city has its problems, but even when the media makes a bigger deal about it, it gives people the wrong impression. Now, Americans leaving and wanting to come here, well, I wanted for a long time. I even married a Brit, but most people leave their heart in San Francisco. I left my ex there and took my son and my heart and came to London. I see all the beauty, and I know there are problems, but we can't. And look, there are cities in the U.S., Dearborn, Michigan is under Sharia law. I think there might have been part of the reason that he brought it up was that he will eventually do a comparison between the two cities in Michigan that are run by Sharia law.
Okay.
That doesn't make you Islamophobic.
So
Matt, jump in.
Let me respond, if I may. First of all, my sincerest condolences about the death of your son. Secondly, thank you for saying positive things about your city as well as my city, because, as you say, you've been here for over 2 decades, which makes it your city as well. And you're as perfectly able to comment on it and as free as I am to comment on it. And I'm all ears as to your views on it. But I disagree very strongly with some of what you've said. The reason we are talking about London in a negative light, or rather I am having to defend it, and to some extent you have defended it, is precisely because of the targeting of London by Donald Trump and others who might be affiliated to his movement. And I'm very sorry to say that many of the attacks on London seem to be motivated by, inspired by Islamophobia, by bigotry more generally, by xenophobia. And those attacks come from within the United Kingdom and from without. Okay. And if Donald Trump is not going to stand, even Donald Trump is not going to stand at the United Nations in front of the eyes of the world and say he doesn't like Muslims. Of course he's not. But what he has done in those remarks about Sadiq Khan, whether they were off the cuff, those particular remarks or not, is link far too closely a Muslim mayor with a baseless assertion that they are going for Sharia law. And that it offers deniability to the president, which allows you to defend him in a way you couldn't defend him if he simply came out and said he doesn't like Muslims. Now, he may well have some Muslim friends, but if you target a Muslim mayor and effectively tarnish him with the idea that he's trying to insert Sharia law into the United Kingdom, where it has no basis in our legal system and will have no basis in our legal system. I'm very clear that I don't want it to have any basis in our legal system. If you defend the president's remarks, then I'm afraid you are part of that particular problem.
Matt, I've got a question for you, just briefly, picking up on what you're saying.
I just want to respond with one thing.
Okay.
I didn't defend, I explained. And that is an important distinction. I explained, because I want people to understand. That is why I'm not willing to critique Sadiq Khan. He doesn't deserve that, but I can explain the historical perspective of the battle for almost a decade that has been going on between the two.
OK, Matt, I want to pick up on what Jan was saying about knives and the implication being that crime is on the rise in London. That's something we see quite a lot of outside the UK, a lot of clips, a lot of videos suggesting there's a big problem. And I'm told you too have fallen victim to street crime in the UK. Do correct me if I've been ill-informed. Do you blame the mayor for that? Do you agree with the assertion that he is a terrible mayor, as the US president has said, presumably drawing on this crime issue on the streets of London?
So just very, very quickly.
I wouldn't use the word terrible for him.
No, that's what Donald Trump said. President Trump said terrible. That's a question for Matt.
He did, but... OK.
Just very quickly, I should emphasize, because I haven't so far, and that's my mistake, that Sadiq Khan has no role in immigration. He has no powers over immigration to this country as Mayor of London, and we should be absolutely crystal clear about that. Decisions about immigration are made over his head. On the issue of crime, as I understand it, homicides in London are at a 10-year low. Now, of course, one homicide is too many in whichever or whatever city around the world, and I want the police to do everything they can within the law to make sure that we have no homicides. As far as crime more widely is concerned, I'll tell you what I've noticed, and I've noticed it partly because, as you say, I've been a victim of it. I have noticed in very recent times, or relatively recent times, an uptick in the theft of mobile phones. And I had my mobile phone snatched from behind me by a man on I think an electric bike, a speed bike. I had no chance to defend myself. I had my dogs in my left hand, the leads of my dogs in the left hand, and I was typing a text message to my mother in the right hand. I wasn't paying attention, which I regret. And this man came up from behind me and snatched my mobile phone and sped off far more quickly on his bike than I was able to catch up with him. And that was a major inconvenience. And when you've been the victim of crime, it obviously gives you a certain perspective. And I shared that publicly. And in fact, Elon Musk shared a crying with laughter emoji in response to a post on his platform that mocked effectively, in my view, my experience, because it shared an earlier post in which I'd said I had never been a victim of mugging and didn't intend to be, I think. This is technically a mugging, but I had no chance to defend myself. But the point is, if I have friends coming to London, I will now advise them not to talk as on their mobile phones in the street, which anyway is not a particularly good idea because it risks you bumping into people. So I have noticed that, and I'm also aware, certainly, of a feeling of an uptick in shoplifting. Now, these are issues that as a Londoner, of course, I care about, and I want something to be done about. And there's an extent to which Sadiq Khan is responsible for that because he has oversight, as I understand it, of the Metropolitan Police. But how the police function in our city, and indeed other cities around the country, is also a consequence to some extent of how much money is available to them, being made available to them by central government. So it is by no means Sadiq Khan's only responsibility.
OK, Jan, let me ask you, I mean, do you feel unsafe walking down the street in London?
No, I don't. And I live in a mix between Afro-Caribbean. I mean, I moved from Kensington to south of London. Afro-Caribbean, somewhat Muslim, a few of the African nations based on the great restaurants. And I walk my dog. I'll walk my dog at 11 at night, midnight. No, I don't. But I know that I live in a safe neighborhood. I'm not going to go at that hour to a neighborhood that I know is unsafe. Just like you don't go to the south side of Chicago because that's where all the killings and shootings happen.
Right. So, what do you think of Sadiq Khan's track record as mayor of London, as a woman who lives there, who's of American origin? I mean, what's your impression, Jan?
My impression is the same impression that I have of a lot of politicians that are in roles of leadership, is they can't control everything. They get blamed for the problems. It is the policies that can make their job harder. And you have to look at those things. I don't like to use judgmental words in that way, especially with politics, because we need to understand exactly what is really going on and what the complexities are. We're so quick to judge and label and say this is horrible. He's got problems. Have things improved? Are there things we object to? Like all these cameras that went up, and if you drive around London, you get charged. No, we don't like those policies. And I think if we looked at the policies more, we would understand where he has support and where he doesn't have support. But more importantly, is that would be the voice of the voters.
OK, so just to sum up, Jan, before we go to Matt, to give him a chance to have his closing remarks, because you did start. It sounds to me like, you know, your message to the rest of the world and to your president is that the mayor of London isn't so very bad that he warrants being called out at the UN General Assembly. I mean, does that roughly sum up?
The difference is that you are judging. You have made a judgment.
I'm not judging anyone.
Using the UN, the people who have made the judgment that because he said that at the UN Assembly, he therefore is horrible. Excuse me. No, because we're picking on the wrong thing. We're picking on the fact that he spoke out at a place where he maybe shouldn't have. Are you aware that he told King Charles Sadiq Khan could not come to the dinner for him? Did it dawn on people that Sadiq Khan is ticked off about that?
I'm aware of that.
And they're baiting each other. That's what I just want people to look at what is presented to us and make their own decisions, but to not take things based out of context in the moment.
All right, Matt, let me give you the closing comments since you didn't open. Just to sort of wrap up this conversation, any final observations? And also, I'd like to ask you, I mean, even the Reform leader, Nigel Farage, he wouldn't expect to come springing to the defence of Mayor Sadiq Khan, seemed a little bit puzzled by these comments in New York. What are your sort of overall sort of closing comments here with regards to what's been the reaction in the political across the board?
First of all, just to give a bit of context on what seemed to be further supportive remarks on behalf of Donald Trump, what actually happened was on the aeroplane, I think, back to America, Trump bragged about having had Sadiq Khan banned from that state visit banquet. So that's also undignified for a president to be boasting about such a thing. And I've seen suggestions since that that wasn't actually factually correct. And indeed, Sadiq Khan has said he wouldn't expect to be invited to such a banquet. In summary, what I would say is that can anyone watching really imagine another US president, a former US president, making the sort of personalized remarks that Donald Trump, and this is where I agree here, makes about all sorts of different figures. I agree it's not only Muslim mayors that he has targeted, but when he targets individuals in this way, It's pernicious. I think it's a form of bullying. And it also brings into disrepute the office of the President of the United States. Now, where his remarks about Sadiq Khan become even more sinister, in my view, is where there are undertones or overtones of Islamophobia. And I repeat in my closing remarks that when you single out a London mayor and describe him as terrible, which in my view is unpresidential language for a democratically elected politician in a country with which you are supposed to have a special relationship, when you describe him as terrible and in the next breath say that London has changed, and then go on to say immediately afterwards that they want Sharia law now, but they can't have it because it's not their country. It leaves, whatever your politics, it leaves me with the view that there are not many alternatives or other options other than to think that that is a form of deniable, and yes, it is deniable, Islamophobia by the President of the United States. And as a proud Londoner, I stand up for my mayor, and I don't agree with him on everything. I've already said that policing is something that is not just his responsibility, but the responsibility of others. But nonetheless, I want him scrutinised on it. But I stand up for my mayor, even if I don't agree with him on everything. And I also champion my city. Despite its problems, it is a great city. Culture, sport, freedom, all sorts of amazing things. It's beautiful. Come to London if you have the chance. Maybe don't use your mobile phone out in public, but enjoy our great city and you'd be welcome. So long as you behave and are respectful yourselves, you will be welcome.
Well, dog walking in London has come up in this conversation twice. Both of you seem to walk dogs around the city, and perhaps you'll bump into each other. And can continue the conversation with the dog leads in hand. Thank you very much. You've had the last word, Matt Studland. Thank you very much indeed. And thanks as ever, Jan Halper-Hayes. Thanks for joining us once again here on Arabiya English. Now, as a growing list of countries announce their recognition of the Palestinian state, Israel is continuing its deadly campaign in Gaza. Well, Israeli bombardment has killed at least 30 people across the Strip during the course of this morning alone, and that number may already have risen. Well, at sea, Israel is escalating its offensive on the Gaza aid flotilla, which is now in its final stretch towards the besieged territory. The global Samud flotilla says its vessels have come under attack by drones and aircraft. Well, let's get more now. We can cross to the Gaza Strip and we can speak to Mikhail Fotiadis, who is a project coordinator for Médecins Sans Frontières in northern Gaza. He joins us from just outside Khan Yunis. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Before we talk about what's happening on the ground, I just want to ask you about events thousands of kilometres away in these various capitals around the world that have announced recognition of a Palestinian state. How was that news received in Gaza?
To tell you the truth, people are happy, but in the same time, they have to endure all this situation on the ground. Recognitions are not changing for the moment the dire conditions of life in Gaza.
Okay, so it's not changing the situation on the ground, as you say. Just describe the situation right now across the Strip.
First of all, since the evacuation order given to the population of the Gaza City, many thousands left with whatever means they had. They left because of fear, because there is a constant fear of being hit by a series of weaponry, but and using also the only road available to them, the coastal road, Al Rasid. But many remain behind. Many people cannot leave, the elderly, the wounded, the heavily pregnant, people that they don't have the means. The city of Gaza is being encircled by the IDF meter by meter every day. So there is a possibility that there will be no escape soon.
Right, we're told that some 700,000 people are still inside Gaza City. That's despite warnings from the IDF to leave. Yes. We were told there was a state of famine there as well. I mean, presumably no supplies are getting into that city, are they?
The supplies, they cannot enter in the city at the present moment, so people rely to what they have, and that is cleaning every day, no? Not only the supplies, but also access to water. It's increasingly difficult to distribute water to the population, and the access also to health structures is very, very difficult. In the last days, we had the destruction of quite a lot of health facilities. The hospitals are struggling with very few supplies, and another problem is the population cannot reach out of fear. No, if you are a target of a drone wherever you go, people cannot move, and we have many casualties. We have many buildings with people trapped inside. There is no fuel to run the hospital as they should. Doctors and the health professionals, they're doing their utmost to help, but still, it's beyond catastrophic, no?
Now, with regards to the situation at the largest hospital in the Gaza Strip, the Al-Shifa hospital, Israel claims that militants opened fire from within the hospital compound, and so that hospital has once again been the scene of violence. Have you heard any more details with regards to the situation at Al-Shifa?
No, about this incident, I just heard about it today. No, we don't know anything because the support we give to Al-Shifa or any other hospital is purely medical. So really, I don't have anything to add to this. But Shifa is 200, 300 over its capacity. So every day is getting more difficult to save people's life.
Right, and that's because presumably there are very many fewer hospitals than there were before this conflict, and people, as you say, are being injured every day in bombardment. What is left of the healthcare system across the Gaza Strip now?
According to the data, 16 to 18 hospitals, they are still functioning out of 36. In the south and the middle area in Khan Yunis or in whatever we can call it safer, because nobody is safe in Gaza Strip, 16 to 18 hospitals, they are partially working. Not all the services are given. In the last couple of days, we saw that the Aradisi Pediatric Hospital in Gaza City is closed. There were also the evacuation of the Jordan Field Hospital towards Khan Yunis. So, I mean, day by day, hospitals are getting so overcrowded, so beyond capacity, that eventually one day they will crash.
Where you are in Khan Yunis right now, you say it's relatively safer. I mean, what is the security situation like for people living there? Are you seeing daily instances of violence there as well?
Look, as I said, nobody is safe in Gaza. Yes, of course, cannot compare with the present situation in Gaza City. But those people that they decide to leave from the city, there is another problem. They cannot find a place to pitch a tent. Most of the people, it was very difficult for them to leave the Gaza City. Some on wheelchairs, some on foot. So they are coming to a safer zone with no place to sit. It's already overcrowded. There are so many displaced from previous displacement. And services soon will be so overcrowded that we might see also the spread of diseases, lack of water. You know, water is life. So we are struggling, but population will keep on coming.
Give me a couple of adjectives to describe the situation in Gaza right now.
it's very difficult because sometimes words cannot describe. If I say catastrophic today, tomorrow I cannot use the same word. You understand? I mean, it's like deliberate trying to make Palestinian people disappear.
Have you ever seen anything like this in your career?
Look, in my career, I'm 30 years in the field. It's the first time that I'm experiencing something so deep, so heartbreaking, and so dramatic. And I was in Gaza City before. So you understand, it's something for me that goes beyond the, we have to protect, in the name of humanity, the people of Gaza. And also, humanity is not optional. It's not something that we choose. Being part of this collective humanity that we are, what is happening today in Gaza, we should not lose the faith to it.
What's your message to the rest of the world, in particular to world leaders who are trying to broker a conclusion to this war, nearly 2 years into it? What would you like them to be doing?
Act with all their capacity to stop this genocide in Gaza, to make the capacity, to facilitate the entrance in Gaza of life-saving supplies, to stop bombing hospitals and killing innocent civilians and health professionals. Nothing more than this, to do in the name of humanity, to stop this madness.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you for sharing that with us. And we wish you all the best with your work. Please do.
Can I add one thing? Another issue that governments and the international community can help is the issue of people that they need urgently to be medically evacuated in order to seek and get the proper care outside of Gaza, or else we are just continue to count people that they are dying every day.
So you're calling on governments to allow for the critically ill and injured to be evacuated from Gaza and given proper hospital treatment elsewhere. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, to accept in their countries as many Palestinians, as many wounded, as many people that they are in dire need of urgent medical help.
Okay, well, we appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed, Mikhail Fotiadis.
Thank you.
Project Coordinator for Médecins Sans Frontières in Northern Gaza. Thank you for your time and thank you for your work. Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. We'll have some more exclusive interviews for you. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello, and thank you for joining us for this special interview. In recent days, the US President Donald Trump has raised the issue of the Bagram airbase in Afghanistan. While writing on his Truth Social platform, President Trump told the Taliban leadership to hand back control of the airbase to those who built it, namely the United States. Well, Bagram is the largest airbase in Afghanistan, and it was central to the US-led war effort in the country. But US and NATO troops pulled out of Afghanistan in July 2021, and then the Taliban took back control. Well, in today's exclusive interview, we're going to be discussing that and more with Zabihullah Mujahid, who is a spokesperson for the Taliban government. Mr. Mujahid, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. A couple of months ago, in an interview with Al Arabiya, you mentioned contact with the United States about reopening your country's embassy in Washington. You expressed a desire for good relations with the US. Has there been any progress on that front?
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate. When two countries are in contact, progress must come from both sides. We have made efforts so that relations between Afghanistan and the US can return to normal, including matters related to the embassy as well as trade and investment. There have been meetings and exchanges, but so far the issue of the embassy and relations has not reached a final outcome. But Afghanistan has fulfilled its responsibilities in this regard.
Following on from the recent deadly earthquake in your country, we've seen greater openness towards engagement with the Afghan government. Do you see this as an opportunity to press for the lifting of US sanctions?
In our view, every opportunity should be used to improve relations between countries. Afghanistan seeks good relations with the United States and with all other nations. We want issues between us to be resolved diplomatically. But I stress again, this is a two-way street, not a one-way path. The Americans must also show flexibility, seriousness, and willingness to establish good ties with Afghanistan.
Now, last week in London, the US President Donald Trump said he was working to get back the Bagram airbase in Afghanistan, adding, we're trying to get back Bagram because they need things from us. What things was he referring to, do you think? And what exactly do you want from Washington?
There are two issues here which we need to separate. First, Afghanistan does indeed need good relations, foreign investment, including from the US, and a trustworthy diplomatic environment, where both countries can interact based on their national interests. Second, regarding Bagram, Bagram is part of Afghanistan's territory. It is no different from any other piece of Afghan land. We will never agree to bargain away or hand over any part of our country. Afghans are extremely sensitive about occupation, and no Afghan will ever allow their land to be taken or controlled by outsiders, not even an inch. The Americans must understand this sensitivity. Our people will not accept foreign troops exercising authority over any part of Afghanistan. We heard Trump's remarks and we responded. We issued a statement urging them to consider the reality on the ground and make realistic, rational decisions.
Now, do you interpret President Trump's comments about linking the return of Bagram to your demands as a signal that perhaps he may be willing to open a new chapter with your country?
The matter of our demands is a separate issue. Afghanistan does not and will never put forward any demands that involve relinquishing part of its territory in return. No such request has been made from our side, nor is there any need for it.
So why do you think President Trump is raising the issue of Bagram right now? And what do you think is driving the timing of this demand?
This is tied to US policy toward Afghanistan. Previously, we thought Trump was using such language mainly against his political rival, Joe Biden. But his recent emphasis suggests this is tied to their broader national strategy, and that is worrying. We reiterate, Afghans will never hand over any part of their country to another state. Past strategies of occupation failed, and this one will fail as well.
Now, President Trump has also warned that, quote, bad things are going to happen if Bagram is not returned to US control. How do you view remarks like those?
For
20 years under US occupation, Afghanistan experienced bad things, not for a day, but continuously for 2 decades. The Americans should not forget that bad actions trigger bad reactions. In the end, they were forced to withdraw their troops from Afghanistan. Afghanistan is not a country that can be occupied or subdued. They should engage with Afghans politically, diplomatically, and rationally.
Well, President Trump himself has said that talks are currently underway between the US and Afghanistan about Bagram. Can you confirm whether any such talks have happened? And is Afghanistan open to negotiations with Washington on this issue?
Bagram is highly sensitive. We will not discuss it with anyone. Current talks between Afghanistan and the US have been about releasing prisoners and about American economic investment in Afghanistan. These are the issues that have been discussed with their representatives.
And when you talk about releasing prisoners, are you talking about Afghans that are held in the United States?
There were Afghans imprisoned in the US, and there were Americans detained in Afghanistan. This has been the subject of negotiations between the two sides.
Now, Zakir Jalali, an official at the Islamic Emirates Foreign Ministry, wrote on social media that, quote, the Afghan people have never accepted the presence of foreign troops on their soil, but the avenues for political and economic relations should remain open. Now, do we read this as openness to dialogue on the subject of Bagram?
No. Mr. Jalali expressed a personal opinion, not the official position of the Islamic Emirates. But once again, Bagram is not up for discussion. Our talks with the US and others are focused on economic and diplomatic ties.
Now, according to media reports, there have been talks between Afghan and American officials on the subject of counterterrorism. Now, is there a link between these discussions and President Trump's demands about Bagram? And do they suggest that sanctions could be lifted?
Once again, I emphasize, our talks are about establishing good bilateral relations based on mutual interests. They are not about Bagram or any other part of Afghan territory. That is not under discussion, nor will it be.
Now, President Trump has voiced concern about China's influence in Afghanistan, saying that one reason he wants the Bagram airbase back is because it's just, quote, an hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. How do you respond to that? And does President Trump linking Bagram to China factor into your decision-making?
No. Afghanistan pursues a balanced, economy-centered foreign policy. Just as we want relations with China, we also want ties with the US. Just as we want ties with Russia, we want ties with Europe. Afghanistan will not allow its territory to become a battlefield between rival powers. As for Bagram, it is Afghan soil. We have already said, Bagram is no different from any other part of Afghanistan. We will never allow it to belong to anyone, not to China, not to the US, not to any other power. And the claim that Bagram is just an hour from China is false. In reality, it is hours away by air from China. They have received incorrect information.
Okay, thank you for that. And just finally, how do you see the future of Afghan-US relations in light of all these recent developments?
As I said earlier, Afghanistan has already taken the necessary steps for relations. The progress that needs to be made from our side has been made. It now depends on how the US responds. If they value rationality, diplomacy, and economic cooperation, Afghans are ready to build good relations with them, as we seek with other countries. But if they insist on Bagram, coercion, or occupation, then Afghanistan has its own position. Just as we held our stance during the past 20 years, defending our country, our national honor, and our people's values was our only duty then, and it will remain our duty in the future.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Zabihullah Mujahid, a spokesperson for the Taliban government. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to Al Arabiya English. And thanks to you for watching. Do stay tuned.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Joining us exclusively is Saudi Prince Turki Al Faisal to discuss the latest on Palestinian recognition and also the two-state solution. Your Excellency, thank you so much for your time and thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Absolute pleasure. During the UN conference led by Saudi Arabia, we witnessed global governments recognizing a Palestinian state. How do you assess this response?
Well, it's a welcome response after 70 years of attempts to do that. And I'd say it's about time. And finally, most of the world, at least, recognizes the Palestinian state. And that is an accomplishment that we've been dreaming of for some time.
But some analysts say recognizing a Palestinian state is symbolic and has no effect on the ground when it comes to the people in Gaza. How will this initiative change the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas, and how will it change things in general?
I believe it will have an important effect on the way that the countries follow up on this recognition, because now there is a defined entity with borders that are negotiable, but land that belongs to Palestine. And depending on how the countries who recognize the Palestinian state continue in their support for Palestine by opposing the Israeli encroachment on Palestinian territory, what I call colonies, there will be substantial ramifications for that, because it means that the countries who recognize Palestine can take action to affect Israel's position on these policies that they pursue there.
And Your Excellency, let's touch a little bit on that because, you know, in response to the recognition of a Palestinian state by many countries, it's infuriated Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu, and he hit back. And a lot of their response, they say, is to now annex the West Bank, which is raising lots of concern. What do you make of this response by Israel and the possible annexation of the West Bank and what it will mean for the two-state solution?
The Israelis have been stealing Palestinian land since they occupied it more than 60 years ago. And that is a declared policy of Israel. And just recently, we heard from Mr. Netanyahu that he will not allow a Palestinian state to come into being. So there is a virtual takeover of all of Palestine and not just Gaza or bits of the West Bank. So that is what we are facing with. And that's what I meant by the countries that have recognized Palestine now need to follow up by protecting the sovereignty and the independence of the Palestinian state that they have recognized.
And Netanyahu did not hesitate to describe the decisions to recognize a Palestinian state as a reward for Hamas. How do you respond to this?
You know, that is a canard that the Israelis and unfortunately even their American allies are now promoting, because the thing that rewards Hamas is the oppression of the Palestinian people by Israel. Hamas as a movement that resists the occupation acquires popularity among the people of Palestine because the Israelis oppress them and deny them their rights. So that is the big reward that Hamas gets. It's from Israeli actions, not from the recognition of the Palestinian state.
But President Trump also said we have to get all 20 hostages back now and stop the Gaza war immediately. Without extra US pressure on Israel, is it possible to end the war or come to some sort of ceasefire?
I cannot see anybody pressuring Israel other than the United States. And that is something that now France and Saudi Arabia, who are leading this effort to get recognition of the Palestinian state by the world, they have to follow up with the United States. And we saw recently, just yesterday or today, the meeting between Monsieur Macron and Mr. Trump, in which Mr. Macron explained in public the Saudi-French joint effort to end the fighting and completely bring peace to Palestine and the rest of us in the area. So this is the effort now for not just Saudi Arabia and France, but all these countries that have recognized Palestine as a state.
So do you think Donald Trump is the only man who has the capability to pressure Israel and stop them when it comes to the occupation of Gaza City and the bombardment and the annexation of the West Bank?
Absolutely. He is the one. I hear from newspaper accounts and from media experts, even Israeli media experts, they say that Mr. Trump is more popular in Israel than Mr. Netanyahu. So he is the only one, I think, who can put the pressure and the squeeze on Israel to make it stop its genocidal war on the Palestinians.
And we have seen a near consensus, actually, regarding Hamas, especially among Western countries that have recognized the state of Palestine, where there appears to be a conditionality that Hamas has no future within any Palestinian state. How do you view this?
Well, that is something that was dealt with by the Saudi-French communique that came out about recognizing the Palestinian state and going forward to a peaceful settlement between Palestine and Israel. The wording of that statement takes into account that Hamas must give up its weaponry and arms and basically remove itself from the political equation. I think that can be done if Hamas is agreeable to it, through their joining the PLO. As you know, Hamas has been keeping its, it wants its cake and wants to eat it too. They are very reluctant to declare their full acceptance of the Arab Peace Initiative, which guarantees that there will be a peaceful settlement in this conflict. So that is what has to be done now if the Hamas recognizes that the Palestinian state must come into being.
And do you think that they could join forces with the PLO and that could be successful? Because one thing Israel has said, and many people from Israel who have spoken to me say the main plan is to completely eradicate Hamas and make sure they have no place in a future government inside Palestine. So is it possible that these two could join forces? How could this practically be done if Israel's plan is to eradicate the group?
Well, they've been trying to eradicate Hamas now for 2.5 years and haven't been successful in that. I don't see how they can have the ambition that they can eradicate Hamas. And so it is for them to negotiate with the PLO and the Palestinian Authority on how the parameters and the conditions of the new state are to be. If Hamas is going to be fully integrated into the PLO and become committed to the same conditions that the PLO has accepted, that is one way that Hamas will remove itself as an independent entity from Palestinian political life. That is one way of achieving the result of removing Hamas as an obstacle to a peaceful settlement between Israel and Palestine.
Your Excellency, I want to talk a little bit about negotiations that were going on in Qatar, of course, which included Hamas and Israel as they were trying to work towards some sort of agreement. And we did see Israel launch bombs in Doha at the delegation. How serious was this, and how can negotiations resume after Israel did launch these strikes on Doha?
This is the how can I put it? This is the exposure of Israel for what it is, a treacherous and an unreliable potential partner for peace in the area. They negotiate and let the Qataris negotiate a settlement for the Gaza conflict, and then they bomb the country that is negotiating this conflict. So this is par for the course for the Israelis. And I was not surprised by this because Israel has been treacherous throughout its history in the area.
Do you think that Israel is becoming more of a concern to its neighbors and Arab countries in this region?
I think it is becoming more of a concern to the Jewish community in the world. You've seen that in the demonstrations that take place, the public demonstrations that take place throughout the world, that Jewish people are joining in those demonstrations to oppose Israel's actions against the Palestinians. And many Jewish rabbis and important people have declared their opposition to the Netanyahu government conduct vis-a-vis the Palestinian people. So this is not just a danger to us, but even Jewish people consider it to be a danger to them.
And if I can just bring you back to what the plan is the day after Israel's offensive into Gaza City ends, and also the continuous bombardment of Gaza that we have seen. We haven't heard much of what happens once this is over and how the Palestinian people get their lives back to normal and their future. Do you have any idea of how that looks?
I am not privy to the talks that took place between the French and the Saudi partners in this effort to end the war and bring peace to the area. I'm sure they have in their plans definitive ideas about the day after. And if we just review the statement that came out a month ago, I think it was, or nearly that about their idea of what peace means in the Middle East, particularly towards the Palestinians. We can see that they have a plan already to install. I think there is supposed to be some sort of council that takes over in Gaza, and the removal of the weaponry, as I mentioned, from Hamas, and then the integration of that Gaza area into the Palestinian Authority, etc. So these are things that I think the French and the Saudis have been working on, and I'm not privy to them.
And do you have any idea who would finance the rebuilding of Gaza? That's been a big question. Where would the financial input come from?
I think the financial issue should come from the world, because basically this is not just a simple question of Palestine versus Israel, but it's a worldwide issue that has been on the books since 1948. And the voting of the big countries in 1948 that created Israel should be responsible for financing the so-called day after and what goes on from there.
And also, I was just wondering, you know, the UN Commission said that there is a genocide happening within Gaza City.
Yes.
And I wonder what your thoughts are on that, because Israel said there's no genocide happening, the UN is biased. Do you believe that there is a genocide?
Absolutely. I'm not an expert on these issues, but experts themselves have said so, including some Israelis who are, quite frank about their definition of genocide, and that it applies to what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians. So in my mind, it's a clear-cut case of genocide against the Palestinians.
But why isn't the UN doing enough to open these aid corridors to get food to the people of Gaza? This has been a big question. And yesterday we did see Donald Trump criticize the UN and say they actually don't do much. They just have talks, but nothing actually happens. Do you think the UN has been effective in helping these people and reach the people who really need it? Or what more needs to be done?
If we remove the veto of the United States from these considerations, the United Nations can do its job. Unfortunately, it's the US veto that stymies the actions of the United Nations, not just in Palestine, but in other places as well. And we see that also Russia has used the veto power vis-a-vis Ukraine, etc. So the veto is the stumbling block that prevents the UN from doing its job.
Perhaps the most notable thing that we are currently observing at the moment is that the Saudi initiative for a two-state solution has gained significant momentum, especially among Western countries. How will the kingdom build on this momentum and make sure that diplomacy wins the day?
Well, I'm sure that the leadership in the kingdom, King Salman and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, have in mind what to follow up with on the Arab Peace Initiative that the late King Abdullah presented to the world nearly 23 years ago. And it's been an effort that has been left on the table since that time because the Israelis have not accepted it. Had they accepted it when it was first presented, we would not be in this place now.
And let's just talk a little bit about the Abraham Accords, because Donald Trump did get many countries to do normalization ties with Israel during his first term. And Donald Trump was really praised for the Abraham Accords and the normalization of ties between some Arab nations and Israel. What's the future of the Abraham Accords?
Well, you know, the kingdom is not party to the so-called Abraham Accords. And in the past, I have made public statements that my view is that so-called Abraham Accords do not deserve that name, actually, because Saudi Arabia is not yet part of them. The Prophet Abraham, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he actually came to Mecca, as you know, in his pursuit of the service to God and the establishment of the Holy Kaaba. And unless the kingdom becomes party to any future agreement that envisions the establishment of a Palestinian state and the right of self-determination for the Palestinian people and the capital in East Jerusalem, I don't consider them to be Abrahamic. Some people may disagree with me, but that is my view.
And Your Excellency, just before I let you go, what would you like the future of Palestine to look like for the people who are there? And how do you hope a resolution is reached?
That is something I think all of us hope for, peace. You know, my late father had a wish to conduct a trip to Jerusalem before he died. Unfortunately, his death preceded that event. But I have publicly said that I hope before I die that I'll be able to visit the mosque in Jerusalem. It will be a crowning achievement for humanity to finally put this conflict to end, and the Palestinian people to get their full rights as was envisioned in the initial UN resolution back in 1948. This is a desire that I wish, and I hope everybody will be of equal demand for that desire.
Prince Turki Al Faisal, yes, we all hope for peace. And I want to say thank you so much for your time and thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Canberra. Not your typical destination in Australia, but Canberra holds a lot of promise for tourists. There's just so many attractions to explore in the city. Prepare to be surprised. Canberra is in fact Australia's youngest capital city. What it hides is its thriving arts community, lively food and bar scenes, and then of course, the cultural institutions. It's got a healthy mix of man-made and natural attractions for every kind of tourist. Overall, Canberra is where you can explore, discover, learn, and yes, have a lot of fun. Know more about the history of Australia at the War Memorial. This is where the nation's troops and war's involvement is chronicled, starting from the colonial period to the present day. Here, you'll find a new range of exhibits, such as the Anzac Voices and the revamped First War Galleries. You can also tour Parliament House, a modern complex opened in 1988. This is where you can witness the democratic process at question time in the House of Representatives or Senate. Historic and educational stops aside, Canberra's also got a funky spirit. You can experience this at the weekly Old Bus Depot markets held every Sunday. It's where you can buy the most interesting of things: hipster clothes, homeware, and yes, delicious organic produce. It's also where you can shop for souvenirs to bring home. The city is also a haven for art lovers. Small art galleries line the city, not to mention that some of the country's most important collections are displayed here. The National Gallery of Australia is the nation's preeminent public gallery, housing collections of Australian, Indigenous, and Asian art. There's also the National Portrait Gallery nearby that you might just be curious enough to check out. And then there's the Institute of Sport. Get up close and personal with elite athletes, gymnasts, swimmers, and cyclists that train at the Australian Institute of Sport in Canberra. The Institute welcomes visitors and offers tours for them. The place houses many facilities like swimming pools, tennis courts, and of course, a fully equipped gym. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm Michal Prendergast, and joining me today is Gad Saad, the visiting scholar at the Declaration of Independence Center for the Study of American Freedom at the University of Mississippi. Thanks so much for your time, Gad. A story that shocked the entire world. A young Ukrainian refugee has been butchered in Charlotte. Isn't this a textbook case of suicidal empathy? That's the name of your upcoming book. I don't want to name the assailant himself. He's a scumbag and he doesn't deserve any publicity. isn't this a case, a title case for your book?
It is, in that what suicidal empathy, the way it works, let me offer a quick explanation and then link it to that specific case. So empathy is a beautiful, noble virtue. It is something that we need to have as a social species. For you and I to have a meaningful conversation, Michal, I need to have theory of mind, as you do. In other words, we need to put ourselves in each other's minds to be able to have a meaningful interaction. So it is perfectly reasonable to argue that empathy is a laudable, noble virtue. The problem arises when empathy misfires. And before I explain how it misfires, let me draw an analogy. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is the misfiring of an otherwise adaptive process. So, for example, the fact that you and I shake hands and I notice that you have a cold, I might go ahead and wash my hands because I don't want to catch your cold. That is perfectly adaptive, and it makes evolutionary sense for me to do that. But OCD is when I spend 8 hours a day washing my hands in scalding water until my skin is falling off. I can't make it to work because I'm obsessed with washing my hands. So what started off as an adaptive mechanism becomes maladaptive when it misfires. So that's exactly my argument for suicidal empathy. When empathy starts misfiring in ways that you target your empathy toward the wrong target, you're orgiastically empathetic for all of the wrong times and the wrong situations, that becomes suicidal empathy. So in that particular case, what you have is an incredibly lax justice system, penal system, that basically argues along the following lines. It is unfair to not give hardened felons 637 chances or second chances because they've already been victimized by the racist society of white supremacy. Therefore, what is the point of us punishing them harshly? Don't they deserve a 138th chance? And it is literally what happened in this case. This guy had been arrested for 14 prior crimes, but yet we should give him a 15th chance at redemption. It results in suicidal empathy and the death of this beautiful Ukrainian refugee.
The alleged killer had 14 prior arrests. A judge released him after his 15th. Should judges like this face justice themselves?
Look, that's a tricky one in that you would like to think that a judge is not going to always be personally held liable for judicial decisions that they make, because then in that case, they will always take the decision that is least likely to result in repercussions on them. So it's a tricky one. You can't always say, irrespective of the context, they should be held accountable. But certainly, if you are letting hardened felons get out of prison time and time again because you have been completely parasitized by suicidal empathy, then I see no moral, ethical, or legal reason why you should not be held accountable for that decision.
And Elon Musk himself, he has shone a huge amount of light on this story. A lot of the mainstream media ignored it. I think this is the perfect example of the importance of freedom of speech and the importance of him buying X.
Indeed. So the minute that I found out, maybe not the minute, but probably within the next day or two, when I found out that Elon had bought what was then Twitter, I put out a clip on my channel, The Sad Truth, where I basically explained that of all great initiatives and great accomplishments that Elon Musk has ever or will ever do, none will come remotely as impactful as him having bought that platform. Because for better or worse, that platform is the central public square where ideas flow at a, feverish velocity. I know just from personal experience what the things that I could say or the things that would get me punished. And, I'm probably the most irreverent, outspoken professor on earth. If I were to say that women, do not have penises, well, I stood the chance of having my account shut down. And so what Elon has done is he's come along, completely removed the shackles that we were all being restrained by. And so thank God for Elon.
President Trump has responded quite forcefully. He's also recently sent, in regards to crime, the National Guard into DC. While Democrat-run cities are spiralling into chaos, why do leaders of these cities resist law and order?
Yeah, that's a great question. So let me give you one of those professorial psychologist answers. There's a great book by two French psychologists. They're actually evolutionary psychologists. Their names are Dan Sperber and Hugo Mercier. They wrote a book called The Enigma of Reason. And in that book, what they argued is that our faculty of reasoning did not evolve to seek some objective truth, but rather, regrettably, our faculty of reasoning only evolved to win arguments. Now, that's quite a pessimistic view because it basically says that for most people, the truth doesn't matter. What matters is that I am proven to be right, even if I'm wrong. So when Donald Trump does something like solve crime in DC, the other camp doesn't say, attaboy, great job, President Trump. They have to find a way to stand against it. And as the old joke says, if Donald Trump were to personally cure cancer, the Democrats would come out and say, look how evil he is. He's now made sure that a whole bunch of oncologists will be out of a job. So that's really regrettable because, again, it shows you that certainly politics is not about the adjudication of different ideas until we reach truth. It's simply about making sure that my team is right and your team is wrong.
Has Donald Trump, has he proven a lot of the Democrats wrong?
My goodness, what hasn't he proven them wrong on, right? I mean, did we need in the 21st century to have, as I think it was his first executive order, that there is such a thing as male and female, and we know exactly what those two sexes are? Until 15 minutes ago, the 117 billion people who had existed on Earth seemed to exactly know how to navigate that very, very difficult conundrum of identifying what male and female is. But when you are parasitized by idea pathogens, as I explained in my book, The Parasitic Mind, you then have to have an executive order by the President of the United States saying that there are only two sexes called male and female, and we know what they are. So he proved them wrong there. He proved them wrong about closing the borders, right? It took him 15 seconds to close the borders, right? He proved them wrong on pretty much anything and everything. So ideas matter, and people think that I've got posters of Donald Trump in my bedroom. It's not that, right? I don't succumb to the cult of personality. As a matter of fact, I'm Canadian, so it's not as though I've got a direct dog in that fight. But certainly, if you believe in American freedom, then you have to believe that the Republican Party and Donald Trump exemplify those American freedoms much more than the Democrats do.
And you're an expert in evolutionary psychology. How did we go from protecting the tribe to protecting predators at the tribe's expense?
Well, that's where suicidal empathy comes in, right? So I argue that history is basically the following story that I'm going to explain now that the average 5-year-old will understand. History is the following. There are two tribes on each side of the river. Each members of each tribe look at the resources and other desired objects on the other side of the tribe and want to steal it, right? That's why the 10 Commandments have, do not covet thy neighbor's wife, right? Covetousness is a ugly trait. Envy is an ugly trait. But the only thing that stops tribe A from, attacking tribe B is that they know that the people in tribe B are likely to have men who are not going to be very happy about that approach, and therefore they have to think twice before attacking. And it is that mechanism that keeps people in check. Now, imagine if you become parasitized, for example, by orgiastic pacifism, right? So that the highest virtue in my society is one whereby I will never, under any circumstances, respond to you with violence. Well, what do you think will happen to a society that is organized around orgiastic pacifism? It likely will cease to exist very quickly. And so that's why I use the framework of the parasitic mind and suicidal empathy to explain the nature of your question, because nothing else could explain. From a survival perspective, we've evolved the most fundamental need for survival, to protect ourselves, to protect our loved one, to protect our children. But once those instincts become sublimated in my desire to demonstrate to the world that I am infinitely tolerant, compassionate, generous, and empathetic, we end up having major problems.
Elon Musk has offered $1 million to fund murals of Irina Zarutska across US cities. Is this not the kind of moral clarity and courage that's needed right now?
Exactly. I mean, one of the reasons why Elon Musk, Donald Trump, first of all, our gentlemen that I admire greatly, is because to me, they exemplify something that I discuss as a key call to action in the last chapter of The Parasitic Mind, which is activate your inner honey badger. So some of your viewers or listeners may not be familiar with why I'm using that imagery. The honey badger, the African honey badger, has been rated as the most ferocious and fierce animal in the animal kingdom. Now that's quite a big title, because it isn't a big animal. It's the size of a small dog, and yet adult lions will cross to the other side of the street when they see Mr. Mean Honey Badger. Now, why is that? Because the honey badger doesn't care. It stands tall despite the fact that it is small in stature. So Donald Trump and Elon Musk are not encumbered by political correctness. They're not encumbered by ensuring that they are going to be invited to the cool kids parties. They stand tall, even though they are literally tall men. They stand tall, fully capable and willing to defend their principles. And that's why I implore people to activate their honey badgers. That's why I think Elon Musk and I have a strong affinity for one another, because regrettably, while I'm not nearly as tall as him in stature physically, I'm certainly someone who walks like a honey badger. And so that tends to attract similar-minded people. Whereas on the other hand, most of my academic colleagues are what I call members of the invertebrate castrati, meaning that they don't have any spines, nor do they have any, I hope I can say on your show, any testicles. Right? They're whiny, they're wimpy, they're afraid of their shadow. They'll never utter a word that might draw back anything against the accepted orthodoxy. That's not how an academic should be. An academic should be an intellectual Navy SEAL, and Donald Trump and Elon Musk certainly exemplify those qualities.
They're honey badgers, and you're a honey badger as well, it seems. Elon Musk has proved himself to be a staunch defender of free speech. I've seen you say on Twitter that he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for his ultimate defense of free speech.
100%, 1,000%. Listen, Barack Obama won a Nobel Prize. I think it was even before he had assumed the presidency, or maybe within a few days of assuming, or whatever. I don't remember the exact temporal timeline, but it's because he had, uttered some hopeful message or some nonsense, right? I mean, I have antiquated socks that I no longer wear that are substantially more worthy of the Nobel Prize than Elon Musk, than Barack Obama. So if Barack Obama can win a Nobel Prize for doing literally nothing, then how many Nobel Prizes should Elon Musk win for having freed us from the shackles of, as we say in French, les bien-pensants, the well-thinkers, the politically correct class? He deserves it ASAP.
People have spoken ad nauseum about Elon Musk. You said in your last interview here on the station that he's a very humble man.
He is. We've had a chance to meet. I spent maybe 4.5 hours with him at his home. He had invited me down to discuss all sorts of important issues. We had a chance to both have, an intimate discussion about family dynamics, but we also discussed, preserving human consciousness and interplanetary travel. And we were able to oscillate from very personal, intimate things to very grand, abstract things. No ego, no obnoxiousness, no attempts to, try to outrank each other. Just two guys, hopefully with good ideas, sitting together, who respect each other, having a fun conversation. I felt as though he had zero ego. And if anything, after, meeting him personally and chatting with him, I only learned to admire him that much more.
We know that Elon Musk and President Trump are two enormous characters. They had a very huge falling out, especially on social media. Are you hopeful that they can make amends?
That's a great question, because when I first heard of their rift, actually it was a friend of mine who used to be a former student of mine who wrote to me and said, "Hey, what do you think of your two guys fighting?" And I was traveling. I said, "What are you talking about?" And so he was the one who broke the story to me. And I looked at that with great regret, because look, the United States in particular, but the world in, more generally, is a much better place if those two, gigantic leaders see eye to eye, right? So it is my hope that, it certainly seems as though some of the venom has softened. So in an ideal world, they will hug it out, go back to being friends, and we will all benefit from that renewed friendship.
Could you broker a peace?
Well, I can certainly try. I don't know if I can deliver. I'm very well calibrated about what I can or can't do. So I can certainly reach out and try to broker it, whether they'll listen to me or not, or, whether it happens or not. Inshallah, only God knows.
A story that's absolutely dominated the news over the past week. It was the frankly Orwellian arrest of the Irish comedian Graham Linehan for his tweets made in the UK where he criticised the trans movement. What was your reaction, Gad?
Yeah, in a sense, I was surprised, because it's as if we're back to being in 2020 or 2022. But that actually speaks to a point that I've often made, where people write to me and say, "Hey, now that Donald Trump has started his second term, Dr. Saad, can we expect that all of this woke parasitic stuff will go away?" And my answer is always an emphatic no, unfortunately. Yes, it's good that Donald Trump won. That doesn't mean that all of the nonsense and the Orwellian degeneracy is going to magically go away. It took 50 to 80 years for many of these ideas to first be spawned on academic campuses. So it's going to take a while for us to fully eradicate them. But to your more specific point, I'd like to contextualize what happened with that comedian with something that I talk about in The Parasitic Mind, and that is the distinction between deontological and consequentialist ethics. So let me break it down for you very quickly. Deontological ethics are absolute statements. So, for example, if I say, "It is never okay to lie," that would be a deontological statement. A consequentialist statement would be, "It's okay to lie if you wish to spare someone's feelings." So if your wife might ask you, "Do I look fat in those jeans?" then you might want to put on that consequentialist hat and say, "Absolutely not. You've never looked more beautiful." It might be a small white lie, but you're doing it out of love for your partner. And so there's a consequentialist ethos to it. But when it comes to foundational principles, presumption of innocence in the justice system, freedom of speech, freedom of inquiry, by definition, those have to be deontological. The second that you say, "I believe in freedom of speech, but," the second you put the "but" qualifier, you're a degenerate who doesn't understand what freedom of speech is. I am Jewish. I've had a very rough upbringing in my childhood in Lebanon, yet I support the right of Holocaust deniers to deny the Holocaust. There is almost nothing that you could think of that is more offensive than denying the Holocaust. Yet if I wish to live in a free society where freedom of speech is an enshrined principle, I have to put up with idiots, imbeciles, racists, and anti-Semites. So when Starmer says, "Hey, by you saying this, you are marginalizing the noble, holy trans people," that is exactly a consequentialist ethos. And it hurts me to no ends that Britain, the place where many of these original principles, were spewed, is now turned into such a, not only Orwellian, but Kafkaesque reality. Terrible.
And speaking of Keir Starmer, what are your thoughts on him?
Well, Mrs. Starmer needs to see if there's a way for her to find some testicular fortitude. Now, I say this, some people will say, oh, but why do you speak in such a direct manner? Why can't you be more empathetic and kind? You know why? Because I'm disgusted that a country as founded in the principles that we now call liberty and freedom in the West, including in the United States, right, has sunk to such a low. When you can't talk about the grooming gangs in Britain because you don't want to offend a particular demographic group, where you care about managing the feelings of that group more than you care about protecting the bodily integrity of your children, that's probably not a good leader. So I don't have too many good things to say about that, Prime Minister.
You and your family escaped the civil war in Lebanon. Did real violence make you immune to the fake trauma obsessions in the West?
Yeah, great question. Look, one of the reasons why it's very difficult for people to try to cancel me and so on, because if they use the victimology narrative, the faux victimology narrative that is so often present in the West, then I pull out my real victimology cards, then suddenly they whittle away, because real victim versus fake victim, if that's the currency you want to use, then I'm going to win every single time. So because of that, because of the horrors that I've seen growing up in the Middle East as a Lebanese Jew, my parents were kidnapped by Fatah and tortured. We escaped execution. Death awaited us at every corner, every second of every day for that first year of the Civil War. Then I'm not very sympathetic, not only to faux victimology stories, but intergenerational victimology stories. Slavery did happen in the United States, but not today. So you don't get to wallow intergenerationally because something happened to someone who may or may not have been related to you 200 years ago. That doesn't minimize the horrors of slavery, but it says that what makes you stand tall and with dignity in Arabic, since I'm speaking on Al-Arabiya, it's someone with shakhsiyya. Shakhsiyya means they have a strong sense of self, someone with sharaf, someone who has honor. I overcome my victimology. Let me just for you to know. So my family escaped the Lebanese Civil War. My parents were kidnapped and tortured by Fatah. My grandparents escaped Syria because they were Syrian Jews. My wife's family also escaped Lebanon because for also religious reasons. Her ancestors escaped the Armenian genocide. My brother-in-law's family escaped in the 1950s from Alexandria, Egypt, because they were Egyptian Jews. So within my lifetime, any family member that you could think of, whether by bloodline or by marriage, has faced horrifying victimology. And yet here I stand, happy that I exist, hoping to create a better world. Yes, my victimology story is part of my past, but what makes me who I am is that I've overcome it. So stop whining and get off the couch and do big things.
I agree with you, Gad. I'm from an Irish background, and I think obviously the Irish famine perpetrated by the British on Ireland, it was absolutely abhorrent. But I try not to think about it too much, and I try not to let it define me. How would you go about teaching this kind of resilience to young people now?
Well, it's certainly there are two ways. There are some things that the young people can do to build resilience, but also there are things that the caretakers of the young people should do in order to inculcate resilience in the young people. So let's start with the latter. When COVID finished, and I actually discussed this in my forthcoming book, Suicidal Empathy, when COVID finished and we were back to teaching in person, one of the first, if not the first departmental meeting we had was bathing in orgiastic, misplaced empathy. So here are the types of things that I would hear. Well, the students are no longer capable, because of the COVID lockdowns, to actually sit for 3 hours in a lecture. The students are no longer capable of taking notes. It's too onerous for them. It's too much to expect of students to have to do evaluative exercises like exams because they suffer from post-COVID stress. That's not how you build resilience. Let me draw a very good analogy. This is actually from this book right here, my book on happiness. I start one of the chapters, which actually deals with resilience and anti-fragility. I use a quote from the great Stoic Roman philosopher Seneca. I don't have the exact quote in front of me, but so I'll paraphrase it. He said that strong trees with deep roots, with strong trunks, are those that have been exposed to heavy wind stressors. That's precisely why they then evolve those strong roots. That's precisely why they evolve the strong trunk. The trees that have not been exposed to the wind stressors are very brittle. They're easy to uproot. By the way, that's exactly true of our immune system. So for example, if you take autoimmune diseases like asthma, children who are raised in very clean environments end up having greater incidence of asthma than children who are raised on farms with pet dander, with allergens, because our immune system expects to be challenged in order to then mount an optimal response. So at the very least, what we should be doing is, rather than always hugging our children and saying, they're there, it's okay, everybody gets a trophy. No, teach them about competition, teach them about resilience, teach them about dignity, and hopefully those things become an integral part of their personhoods.
And one thing I detest, Gad, is the polarized nature of politics. I'm probably going to get some flack for even speaking to you today by kind of some corners of the online media. As a Middle Eastern Jew, how did growing up as a minority shape your rejection of identity politics?
Well, it shaped it greatly. And that's why in chapter 1 of The Parasitic Mind, knowing that later I was going to critique identity politics, I wanted to share my story, because Lebanon is the perfect model of what happens to a society that is perfectly organized along identity politics lines, right? And in the case of Lebanon, it's according to which religion you belong to, right? So Lebanon, for example, has what's called a confessional parliamentary system, meaning that who the president is going to be, who the prime minister is going to be, who the speaker of the house is going to be, or the parliament, how many seats how many seats are going to be assigned to different sects, is all based on your religion. And as we know from Lebanon and Rwanda and Iraq and Syria and the Balkans, these kinds of fractured tribal identity politics societies don't really end up, with great outcomes. And so it very much shaped my subsequent positions, because what I love about the West, and I know it sounds as though it's just a cliche at this point, but it isn't. It's a really important lesson. Individual dignity supersedes collective identity. Yes, I may be a Lebanese Jew, and that is one marker of my identity, but I present myself to the world and to Al Arabiya as Gad Saad. I'm not a representative of the Lebanese people. I'm not a representative of the Jewish people. I'm not a representative of people who have green eyes. And so you judge me based on my qualities and my frailties. And so therefore, there is nothing worse than collective tribalism. And but by the way, if people only hear the last minute of what I just said in the Middle East and truly internalize it, the Middle East would be one of the most stunning, gorgeous places imaginable on earth.
That's what we hope, Gad. You're penning a new book at the moment called Suicidal Empathy. Do you feel like a kid in a candy shop with the amount of real-world examples you're able to cover in your book?
Well, the running joke is, because now, I've been speaking a lot about suicidal empathy for, a long time, so that it's gone completely viral. Millions and millions of people in perhaps 60 languages are now quoting and citing my suicidal empathy concept. But so people will write to me and say, God damn it, when is this book going to be ready, Professor? And I say, how can I be ready? How can it ever be ready when every single day when I wake up and I go on X, I now need to increase the size of the book by 50 new pages? And so one of the most difficult parts frankly, has been to try to rein that in, because I've already cut 11,000 words from my book, because rather than using the 35,000 examples that I can use as a manifestation of suicidal empathy, I now have to ask myself, okay, I can't put all of these in the book. How should I strategically pick the best ones? So the biggest challenge for me has not been to write the book, but rather to cut out sections of the book.
It could be a trilogy.
From your lips to God's ear.
We're just out of time. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking with you, Gad. All the very best.
My pleasure. Take care. Cheers.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.